Hi friends, I'm Parvez and welcome to my course on Django and VueJS. Now before starting our main topic, if you want to support me, you can support me on my Patreon page. So now you can support me in here. I have newly created this, and also I have added the link in the video description. Now let's check that what we are going to build. You can see that we have a simple login in here, and also we have a create a new account. That we can create our account, and if we can just log in account, so you can log in. So let me just log in by an account, or let me just log in by this account, and after that you can. So first let me just show you. If I leave these fields blank and if I log in, you'll see that this field is required, and if I add for example my username, and if I add the wrong password, if I log in, you'll see that I cannot log in and I'm receiving error. So now you can see, please enter a correct username or password. Let me just add my correct password in here, and I can just log in. So now you can see that this is my login page. We have this is the title, we have the author in here, these are the authors, and if I click on one of these articles, you can see that I am seeing the title and also the body, the author. And if I click on this, you can see that we are seeing the also we are seeing the update button and also delete button, because we are logged in as this user. And by this reason we are seeing the update and also delete. Now I can create an article, for example. I can just click on this, create. So this is newly added title, and I can just say this is newly added body. Now I can just publish article, and you can see that this is added and this is the author. And now I can just update this. If I want, I can just update this. Let me just say updated, and if I click on update article, now I'm back to the home page, and you can see that this is updated. Also we can delete this. If I click on this, you can see that that is deleted. Now you can see that now in here I can see the buttons of update and also delete. But if I go to this navy user author, if I click on this, you can see that I'm not seeing the delete and update button, because I cannot update and delete this article, and it's not added by me. Now if I log out and log in as this navy user, so let me just log out and let me just sign in this navy user, and I can just add like this my username and also password. Now I'm logged in, and if I click on this, you can see that I'm seeing the update button and also the delete button, and also I can, for example, remove this and I can just update this like this. But if I click on this, you can see that I'm not seeing the update and delete button in here, because I'm not the author of this article, and I cannot update or delete this article. Now there are two parts in this course. The first part is Django REST framework. Now if you have already watched my Django REST framework course and also my Django and React.js course, then there is no need to watch the first part. You can just directly go to the second part. And if you haven't watched those videos, you can just watch from the first. Now let's just start our course. Alright guys, now we're going to create our first Django project, and we want to build our backend API. So now the first thing is that you need to install Django. So as I have already created my project in here, and you can see that I'm using virtual environment, and right now we don't have Django in our site packages. So now if you see the documentation of Django, so how to install Django, if you come down, now you can use pip install Django for the Django installation. So let me just copy this, and in here let me just paste this. So pip install Django, and after that you need to hit enter. Okay, now I'm waiting for an installation of the Django. Alright guys, now Django installation has been completed, and you can see that we have Django 3.1. Now after a Django installation, what we want to do to install a Django REST framework. So Django REST framework is as a powerful and flexible toolkit for building web APIs, because we want to create our backend API in Django. So for that we need to use Django REST framework. So now you need to install this. We can, if we come down, so you can see we can use pip install Django REST framework. So I'm going to just copy this, and so in here I want to just install pip install Django REST framework. So you can see that now we have Django 3.1 in here in our site packages. Now we are waiting for the Django REST framework installation. Okay, now Django REST framework has been installed, and we have the latest version of Django REST framework. It's 3.1. Now we have Django and also Django REST framework. Now it's time to create our first project in Django. So now in here you can use, so let me just show you the documentation for the creating a project in Django. So you can see that we can use Django at main, and after that start project, and at the end you need to give the name of your project. Whatever the project is, you need to give the name of the project. So now let me just show you. So we can use Django at main. So after that start project, and now you need to give the name of the project. So for example, I'm going to give it API project, and after that hit enter. So now our project is created. Now let me just check. Okay, now we have API project, and you can see that I have some files in here. So init.py, settings.py, urls.py. I will talk about these files. Now first what I want to do is to run our project. Now I'm going to just change my directory to API project, and after that I'm going to use Python. So you can see we have manage.py, so it's a command line utility, and we can use Python manage.py run server. Now I'm waiting for this. Now you can see that we have a development server in this port 8000. So if I check this, now let me just go to localhost port 8000, and you can see that we have Django installed in here. And you can see that we are using Django 3.1, and at the time of recording this video, it's the latest version. So now let me just do some configuration on my PyCharm ID. So right now, if you see, we have used Python manage.py run server for running our development server. Now I want to configure this with the PyCharm ID, that I can do this using the run button of PyCharm. Now what I want to do is, so let me just close this, terminate the server. And now if I refresh the project, you can see that we are not seeing anything. Now what I want to do is to click on the add configuration, and after that click on the Python. Now in here we need to just find our project, and from that we can use manage.py, and in here we need to just use run server, and we can apply and click on the OK. Now if I open my manage.py, now let me just run this. So you can see that now we have our project in here. Let me just close this. Now you can run from here. And this is our project. Let me refresh my page, and this is the project. Alright guys, now let's talk about these files. So we have some files in our project, in our Django project. We have init.py, asg.py, settings.py, urls, wsgi, db.sqlite3, and also manage.py. Now if you see Django documentation, so let me just come down. So you can see that these are our project structure. So now this is our root directory, so our main project. So this is the API project, and in the main API project we have manage.py. Now the manage.py is a command line utility. If you see in here, manage.py, it's a command line utility that lets you interact with this Django project in various ways. As you have already saw that we have used Python manage.py run server. So it's a command line utility for interacting with this Django project. Now after that we have our init.py. So if you see, we have init.py. So this is an MPT file, and it's not related to Django, it's related to Python. And you can see that an MPT file that tells Python that this directory should be considered a Python package. After that we have settings.py. Now this is one of the important file, and it is the configuration for this Django project. And if I open settings.py, we will talk about this a lot. And so if I come down, you can see that we have different things in here. Now the important point is the installed apps. So these are the installed apps that we have in our Django project, and it's installed by default. We have middlewares, and we have our templates. Now in here we can add, if you're using, for example, Django as a full stack, for example backend and frontend in Django, then you can create templates, and you can add the directory, the path of the templates in here. And also you can see that this is the database. And if you see, we have db.sqlite3, and it's created by default. And by default, the database engine is SQLite3, and it's used by default by Django project. Now, if you open this db.sqlite3, now let me just open this in the SQLite Studio. So add database, and from here we can just find our YouTube project. So YouTube tutorial, and we can just go to API project and db.sqlite3, and if I click on this, so right now you can see that our database is empty. What we want to do is to make migrations and create some default tables for our Django project, like at main, art, and these files. So now what I want to do is to let me just do that. Okay, now in here what I want to do is to change my project to API project, to the Django project. And after that what I want to do is to say Python manage.py migrate. So now you can see that we have these migrations. Now if you refresh your tables, now let me just refresh this. I have refresh all database schema. You can see that now I have 10 tables in here. So you can see art group permissions, users. Now these are created by default by Django. So now the another file is, for example, it's urls.py, and let me just remove this. We will talk about this urls.py more, but right now, so if you see Django documentation, now the URL declarations for this project, for this Django project. So it's a URL the declaration for this Django project. And right now you can see that we have just admin in here. Now if I go to the admin, So you can see that this is the Django administration panel. Right now we haven't created our super user, but we will talk about this. So just keep in mind that this is for the URL configuration for the Django project. And also there are some more files. We have asg.py, so it's an entry point for asg compatible web services to serve your project. And also we have wsgi.py, it's an entry point for WSGI compatible web servers. So like this you can create your first project in Django. So you have learned that how you can create your first project in Django. Now we're going to create our first app in Django, and also we're going to talk about Django administration panel. Now, first of all, if you see Django documentation, so creating apps. So now each application you write in Django consists of Python package that follows a certain convention. Now Django comes with a utility that automatically generates the basic directory structure of an app. So you can focus on writing code rather than creating directories. Now what are the difference between projects and also apps? So we have created our project. Now we want to create our apps. Now the difference is this, that a project and so an app is a web application that does something. For example, a weblog system, a database of public records, or a small pool app. Now a project is a collection of configuration and apps for a particular website. Now a project can contain multiple apps, and apps can be in multiple projects. Now let me just give you an example. For example, you're going to create a blog app in Django. Now, for example, you have a separate page for contact, for example, contact us or about us, or for example, if you have a form. Now, you can create different apps, separate apps for these pages. For example, you can create an app for the contact us, or you can create an app for the about us. So like this you can use, and you can see that it's telling that a project can contain multiple apps. You can create 1 app, 2 app, 5 app, or 10 app, whatever you want. It's according to your requirements. Now, so creating of app is easy, so we can use Python manage.py after that start app, and you need to give your app name. So now let's just create our first app in Django. So I'm going to just say Python manage.py and start app. So I want to call my app API. So let me just call it API because I want to create my build my API in Django. So I'm going to call it API, and after that hit enter. Now our API app is created. Now if you check, so you can see this is API, and we have some files in here. We have migrations files, so it's related to the database stuff, and we have an init.py, so it's an MPD file from Python, and we have admin.py. Now this is the place that you can register your models. So right now we haven't learned about the models, that what are models and how you can create models. So now this is the place that you can add. For example, let me just tell you that you can add your database tables. You can register your database tables in here. After that we have apps.py, so it's the configuration for our this app that we have created. And we have models.py. Now the models.py file, now this is the file that we are going to create our database tables, or we can say database models. For example, if you want to create a student table, you can just create a student table in here. So we will talk about this in the later part of the videos. So we have tests.py, it's used for testing of the web application, and we have views.py. Now the views.py is also one of the important files, because in here you need to create your view functions. We'll talk about this in a minute. So now so this was our app, And what we want to do is now that right now, if you see, if we go to localhost admin, you can see that we have a Django administration panel. Now we need to create an administration panel, basically a username and password, that we can access that main panel of Django. So what we want to do is in here now, if you see documentation of Django, so for the Django admin side, so one of the most powerful parts of the Django is the automatic admin interface. Now it reads metadata from your models to provide a quick model-centric interface where trusted users can manage content on your site. So that means recommended use is limited to an organization, internal management tools, and it's not intended for building your entire front end around. Now let's create this. So if you see in here, so now let me just show you that how you can do this. So let me just clear buffer. Okay, now I want to use Python manage.py, and after that you can use create super user. Hit enter. Now the first thing is that you need to add the username. So for the username, let me just give it my name, and after that you can add an email address, whatever you want, you can just add it. And now you need to add your password. So let me just add password my name, and you need to make it again. So the password is too similar to the username, so I don't mind because it's not, it's just a development. So I'm going to just say yes. Okay, now our super user is created. Now if I go to the so this is my admin panel, so you can just say admin and you will see this admin panel. Now I want to add my username, and also I want to add my password, and click on the login. So now you can see that we have our Django administration panel. Now if you go to the users, so you can see that we have this users that we have already created, and it is a super user. If you click on this user, you can see that you can update this user. For example, you can add first name, last name. So this is the email address and the permissions. It's active and it's a super user. So like this you can create your app, and also you can work with Django administration panel. Alright guys, now in this part we want to talk about the views functions, and also creating URLs and mapping the view function into the URLs. Now if you see in here, so we have our Django project, and right now this page is by default by Django. So we want to change this. Now if you see in our API app, we have views.py. So this is our views.py. So let me just close these files. And also in our API project we have a urls.py. So this is the main urls.py for the project, and we have already learned that how we can use that main in here. Now first what we want to do is to create a view function in here. So you can use, so a view function, you can just use Python functions. So we can just say, for example, div index, and after that you can give the request. Now in here you can do whatever you want. For example, you can render a template. Now for the purpose of this course, we are not using Django as a front end. We are going to just use Django as a backend. So if you're using Django as a front end, you can just render the template in here. So for example, you can just say return render, and in here you can add request, and you can render your template in here, for example index.html. But we're not going to render any templates in here because we want to use Django as a backend. So what I want to do is in here to map my URL, I'm going to just import HTTP response. So HTTP response, and in here I want to just say HTTP response, and let me just say it is working. Okay, now we have created our view function. Now if I refresh my page, you can see that nothing happens because we need to map this view function to the URLs. Now we have a urls.py in here. You can do it in here, there is no problem. You can just map this in here. Now let me just show you that how you can do it in here. So there are two ways that you can do this. Okay, now in here what I want to do is to import this index from the API app. So what I want to do is to say from API dot views, I want to import index, and in here let me just create a new path. So it should be index, and this is index. Okay, now if I refresh my Django project, so you can see that it's working, and this is the view function that we have created in here, so it's working. Now this was the first way. The second way is, now it's a recommended way that you can just create a urls.py file in your API app. So I'm going to just call it urls.py, and we need to include this urls.py in our main project URLs. So instead of doing this, what I want to do is to include this. Let me just remove this, and here I want to import include. So now I can, in here I can say path, and this is our index, and I want to include from my API app. So API, I want to include .urls, so API.urls. So now let me just copy this and bring this. So now this is my API project URLs. Now this is the urls.py that is located in my API app. So in here, let me just remove this at main and remove this include. So I don't need this include in here, and in here, so for example, let me just make it index. And what I want to do is to import this index from my views.py. So I can say that from .views, it means that from the current directory views file, I want to import index. And in here we can say index. So now if I refresh this, you can see that the result is the same. Now, so these stuffs are related to Django. We will change this in the further part of the video, because when we are going to build our APIs, we will use Django REST framework routers in here. Now we want to learn that how you can create models in Django. So if you see Django documentation, now a model is the single definitive source of information about your data. It contains the essential fields and behaviors of the data you are storing. And generally each model maps to a single database table. Now we can say that a model is nothing but it is just a database table. Now you can see that each model is a Python class that subclasses or extends django.db.models.model, and also each attribute of the model represents a database field. So now if you see there is an example in here, so you can see that we have a class person. It means that we are telling Django that create a table at name of person in our database. And you can see that it's extending from models.model. Now we want to tell Django that this table, or we can say model person, there are two fields for this. We have a first name, so now we are using models.character field. Now it should be character field. Now there are different field options that you can use, and the max length is 30. And also last name, it's also a char field, and the max length is 30. Now we are going to tell Django that create a table at name of person. Now we want the fields of first name and also last name for the person table. Now there is also another field that is ID. Now the ID is auto incremented. You don't need to add ID in here. So for right now, for example, in the class person, we have 3 fields. So we have ID, first name, and also last name. Now, if you see for the model field reference in Django documentation, so we have different field options. So you can see that right now we have used this in here. It's used, for example, max length, and it's 30. But there are different field options that you can use. For example, blank, choices, and if I come down. So you can see that if you see that Django documentation, it's a complete documentation, and we have so you can see we have default, editable, error message, primary key, unique, and validators, and you can see that these are the field types. We have auto field, big auto field, big integer field, binary field, boolean, and you can see that it's a used character field. And you can see it's a string field for small to large sized strings. So there are different fields that you can use in here. Okay, now let's create our model. So if you see in here, we have a models.py file. Now this is the place that you can create your models. So I'm going to create a class article. We will use this class article model for our building our backend API. So now this is just a simple model where we have, now we need to first extend from model.model. And we want to create 2 fields. So the first one is title. It is models.char field or car field, and we can add max length, for example 100. And also we want to create a description in here, so this description, and we can add so this should be a models.text field, so like this. So we have a class article. It means that we are going to create a article table in our database in our db.sqlite tree. So for right now you can see that we don't have this table in here and in this section. So for this we have a field of title, and also we have a field of description. Now the ID is auto incremented. So after creating of the model, what you want to do is to do migrations and also migrate your project. So for right now, if I do, you will so first let me just do this. So after creating of the model, first you need to do Python. So first let me just clear this, and so we can say Python manage .py make migrations. So you can see that we are receiving no change detected, even though we have added a models in here. Now it's because when you create your app, you need to add your app name in the settings.py. So we need to open our settings.py, and after that in the installed apps we can add our API like this. Now if I do so let me just do Python manage.py make migrations. Now if I run this, so you can see that it's telling that create model article. Now it's created a file of this file initial.py. Now if I check my migrations in here, so you can see that I have this file in here. Now if I open this file, you can see that we have a table of article, and these are the fields, and the ID is auto field, and it's auto created, and also it's primary key. And if you see for the title, we have a title, and also we have description, as we have already specified this in our article model. Now we have created this file. After this you need to migrate this. So using migrate, you can push or you can add these this table with these fields in your SQLite database. So we can just say Python manage.py migrate, and you can see applying API. And now if I check my refresh my this SQLite database, Now let me just refresh this table. So you can see that I have API article in here. So ID, title, and description. Right now there is no data in here. Okay, now what I want to do is to add this table, article table, in my admin panel or administration panel. Now if you see in here, I have an admin and I have this is my admin. So I want to register this model in here. So if you have remembered, I have admin.py, and this is the place that you can register your models. Now I want to register this article model in here. So first you need to import. So from .models import article. Now there are two ways that you can do it. So the first way is the easiest way, that you can just say admin.site.register and you can add your article in here. So now if I check my admin panel, so we have articles in here, and you can see that we can add article. So let me just say this is article and this is description. And if I save this, you can see that we have right now, you can see that we are not seeing we are seeing article object. Now if you want to see the string of the data, so in your models.py you need to add diff str, and we can just return self.title. Now if I refresh this, you can see that now this is article. So this was the first way. Now if you want to customize your main panel, then you can use another way. So you can create a class in here and you can use decorators for that. So now let me show you the second way. In here we can just create a class and we can call it, for example, article model, and we can add admin.model admin, and in here what I want to do is to register. So I can say admin.register, and we want to register our article model. And in here I want to just now you can add your filters. For example, I want to just add list filter, and I want to make it according to the, if you see my models.py, we have title and description. So we can say title description. So now if I refresh my admin panel, so you can see in here we have filters, so by title and also by description, and you can add for example list display. So title and description. Let me just copy this and bring it in here. And so now you can see we have title and description in here. So there are different things that you can do. For example, date hierarchy. You can, if you have date, you can do it like according to the date, and also you can do it according to the ordering. If you can use also this. So like this, you can work with the Django models, and we will use this model for our, and also we will create a serializer for this model in the next video. In this part, we're going to talk about serialization. Now, before sending the data to the client or front end, we need to do serialization on our data or models. Now, if you see the documentation of Django REST framework, serializers allow complex data such as query sets and model instances to be converted to native Python data types that can then be easily rendered into JSON or XML. Now, if you see, so this was the API guide. Now, if you see the serialization in here, we have already installed our Django REST framework, and Also, we have our now after installation, what you need to do is to add the REST framework in your installed app. So we need to just copy this. So let me just copy this, and we need to open our settings.py, and in the installed apps you can see that we have our API. Also, we can add our REST framework, so like this. Okay, so after installation and after adding our REST framework to the installed apps, if you come down, we need to create a model. So we have already created our model, and you can see in here we have a simple model, a class article model, that we have a title and also description as a field. Now we want to create serializer for our this article model. So after that, now we need to, after creating of the model, we need to create our serializer class. Now you can see that the first thing we need to get started on our web API is to provide a way of serializing and deserializing the model instances into representations such as JSON. So we can do this by declaring serializers that work very similar to Django forms. Now if you're familiar with the Django forms, so we have form and also we have model form. Now the serializer is the same concept. So you can see that they have an example in here. So they have the model that is a snippet model, and they have a serializer class that is a snippet serializer. Now you can see that in here we have serializers.serializer. Now there are different types of serializers that you can use. We have serializer, we have model serializer, we have hyperlink serializer, and we will learn about the serializer. So first we will talk about the serializer. Now when you're using the serializer, so you need to add your fields, your all fields from the models in here. So now if you see the API guide in here, so let me just come down. So you can see that the serializers and REST framework work very similar to Django form and model form. So we provide serializer class, which gives you a powerful generic way to control the output of your responses. Now, as well as a model serializer class, which provides a useful shortcut for creating serializers that deal with model instances and query sets. Now, if you're familiar with the Django, we have form and we have model form. Now, when you're going to create your form, you need to specify all the fields that you have in your model. Now, if you're using model form, you can just specify the fields. You don't need to add, for example, the type of the field in here. Now, it has the same concept. We have serializer and we have model serializer. So right now we're going to talk about the serializer. Now, if you see in here, now you can see that it's a snippet serializer, and right now we're using serializer. And if you see the model in here, so we have these fields for the snippet model, and in here you can see in the snippet serializer we are specifying all the fields in here like this. And also these are the methods, so create method and also update method in here. So if you come down and if you see we have model serializer, and you can see that in here we don't need to specify all the field types in here, so we can just say fields and we can add ID, title, and these information in here. Now let's first just use the serializer, and we will learn that from scratch that how we can use this. So now what I want to do is to create a new file, Python file, in my API app, and I'm going to call it serializers. So serializers. Now in here what I want to do is to first we need to import our serializer from the REST framework. So we can just say from REST framework import serializers. Also we need to import our model because we want to serialize this article model. So we can just say from .models import article. Now we need to create our class article serializer. So I'm going to just call it article serializer. And in here you need to specify the type of the serializer that you want to use. So we are going to use serializer. So you can see we have also model serializer, but we are going to use serializer. Now, as I've already said, that when you're using serializer, you need to specify the model type that you have. So we have title and description. Let me just copy this and paste it in here. So now instead of models, we need to use serializers. So serializers and also serializers. Now for the text field, we don't have anything in the serializer class, so we need to change this to character field like this. So you can add a max length if you want. You can just, for example, add a max length of 400 or whatever you want. So this is our serializer class. Now we need to create our some methods. So we want to create and return a new article instance given the validated data. So in here we need to just use create. So for creating of the article, and you can see it's using validated data. And in here we can just return article dot objects dot create. So because we want to create the article and we are going to use the validated data. And also you can use update. So using the update method, we can update and return an existing article instance given the validated data. So we can just say diff update. So diff update, and in here we can add our so let me just copy this, or we can just say instance dot title. We have validated data dot get, and we can add title and also instance dot title. So we are going to just copy this, and we want to do the same for the description. So this should be description, description, and also description. So sorry, instance dot description. So now we have created our serializer class. So it's instance dot description. So dot, and we can just add description in here. Okay, now we've created our serializers.py file. Now we want to do some operations and we want to serialize our data. Okay, now I'm going to open my terminal. So let me just or we can just say make this window, because I want it should be bigger. So now the first thing is that we need to import. So from API.models, we are going to import our article model. So article from, oh sorry, we need to change our directory. So let me just clear buffer. So cd API project. And now we can say from API.models, we are going to import article. From is oh sorry, we need to just open our Django shell. So I'm doing this in the PyCharm and terminal. So we need to just say python manage.py shell. And now we can do our works in the shell. So we can just say from API.models, we want to import article. And after that, from API.serializer, we are going to import our article serializer. So article serializer. So now from this serializers file, we want to import article serializer class. Now let me just hit enter. Oh no, module API.serializer. I'm receiving this error. Oh, it's serializers, so I have made a mistake again. So it's serializers, and we can just say we can give it. Okay, now we have imported our article model and also article serializer. Also, we need to import, so from REST framework. So from REST framework dot renderers, we want to import JSON renderer. So JSON renderer. So from REST framework dot renderers, we are going to import JSON renderer. And also we need to import parser. So from REST framework dot parsers, we want to import a JSON parser. So JSON parser. So from REST framework dot parsers, we want to import a JSON parsers. So now these are the imports. Now what we want to do is to create an article. So we can just say article, and we need to give a title for the article. So we can just say article title, and also we want to create a description. So this description, and we can say this is description. So this description. Okay, now after doing this, we need to save our article. So a dot save, and if I see my localhost admin, if I log in, and in the articles, so we can see the second article in here. So this is article, it's that we have created. So now this is the article title. Okay, so now we can use our article serializer to serialize our data. So we have an article serializer in here. Now what we want to do is to create a serializer. So serializer, and we can say article serializer, and after that we can add our article in here. And now if you see serializer dot data, so you can see we have title and also description. Now at this point we have translated the article model instance into Python native data types. That's we can say that that's dictionary. Now to finalize the serialization process, we render the data into JSON. So now what we want to do is to create JSON in here, and we can just say JSON parser, JSON renderer, not parser. So JSON renderer, and we can say dot render, and in here you need to add your serializer dot data. So serializer dot data. Now if we see JSON, so now you can see that it is converted to the JSON. Now also you can do deserialize your data. So deserializing is similar, it's similar to the serialization. So first we parse a stream into Python native data type. So we can just say, for example, import. So we can say import IO, and in here what we want to do is to create a stream in here. So a stream, and we can say IO dot bytes IO, and we can add our JSON in here, so our serialized data. And after that we can just create a data, and we can say JSON parser. So parser dot parse, and we want to parse our stream. So stream. After that we restore those native data types into a dictionary of validated data. So in here we can just say serializer and article serializer. We can add data, And now we can if we see serializer dot is valid, so we're receiving true, and now we can say serializer dot validated data. So you can see that it is converted to ordered dictionary of Python. So like this you can work with the simple serializations. We will talk model serializer in the next video. Alright guys, now let's talk about the model serializer. So we have saw that how you can use serializer, and this time we are going to use model serializer. Now if you see our serializer.py file, and here we are duplicating the code, we are reusing the code. Now it's not a good idea. If you see in here we have, for example, title serializers.char field or car field. We have in here, and if you see our models.py, we have the same fields in here. Now if you see the documentation of Django, it's telling that it would be nice if we could keep our code a bit more concise. Now in the same way that Django provides form classes and also model form classes, as I've already mentioned, REST framework includes both serializer class and also model serializer classes. Now we have saw the serializer in here, the serializer example. Now we will take a look at the model serializer example. So now there's an example in the REST documentation. So they have a snippet serializer, and you can see this time in here it's using model serializer. Now when you're using model serializer, you can just create a class meta, and in here you want to add your model. So for which model you want to create serializer. So in here it's using a snippet model, and also you need to specify that what fields you want to do serialization. For example, in here it's ID, title, code, and these informations. Now if you see the API section, API guide in the model serializer, now it's telling that the model serializer class is the same as regular serializer class, except that it will automatically generate a set of fields for you based on the model. So as we have these fields based on our models like this, and also it will automatically generate validators for the serializer. So there are some validators that are created automatically by model serializer, for example, unique together validators. And also it includes simple default implementation of .create and .update. So it is by default it's created. Now if you see in our serializer, in here we have added these two methods, but in model serializers we don't need to do this. So now let's create our model serializer. Now what I want to do is I want to remove this because I don't need these fields in here. So let me just remove this, and this time instead of serializer I want to use model serializer. After that we need to specify our class, now our inner class, so it's class meta. Now we want to create our model, so we want to say that based on this model serialize my data. So I can just say my model is article, and after that you need to specify the fields. So which fields you want to do the serialization. So for example, we want ID, we want title. So it is the fields that we want to, for example, when we want to retrieve the API. So these are the fields that we want. So title and also description. So description. So now you can see that how simply we have created our model serializer, and you don't need to add a bunch of stuff in here, repeated stuffs. So now let me just show you the representation of this. What I want to do is to open my Django shell, so python manage.py shell, and in here the first thing is that I need to import, so from API dot serializers, so serializers, we are going to import article serializer, so article serializer. And now we can create our serializer. So serializer, and we can say article serializer, and now we can print the representation of the serializer. So serializer, so you can see that this is the representation. We have ID, title, and also character field in here. Alright guys, now we've created our serializer, our model serializer. Now it's time to write some Django views for our serializer. So right now we're not going to talk about REST framework features. We're going to just create some basic Django views, view functions that we can get our all articles, we can update the articles using the API, and also we can delete the articles. So now let's just open our views.py. So this is our views.py. Now this was an index that we have already created in the in our videos, so let me just remove this because we don't need this. Now what I want to do is to create a simple function. I'm going to just call it article list. So article list, and we need to pass request in here. So now we want to get our all articles. So get all articles. So now what we want to do is to first we want to check. So if request dot method is get, we want to get our all articles. So what you need to do is to import. So from dot models, we want to import our article model. Now we can just say article dot objects dot all. So we are going to get our all articles from the database, and we want to store that in the articles variable. Now after that we need to serialize our this query set. So we need to import our article serializer. So if you see, we have a model serializer in here. So we need to import this. So we can just say from dot serializers import article serializer. We have added in the models, not in the model. We need to add this in our views.py. So let me just close some files from here because I don't need. So let me just add it in here. So what I want to do is to say serializer. So serializer and article serializer, and here you need to add your articles. So let me just add it articles. Also, because you can see that in here we have a query set, and we are going to serialize an object or a query set. So now what you want to do is to also add many to true. So if you want to serialize a query set, you need to just add many to true. And now we need to just return a JSON response. So first let me just import this. So from Django.http we want to import JSON response, and we can just say return JSON response, and we want to response our serializer.data and also save to false. So now if our request is, so request.method is post, we can create a data, and we need to create a JSON parser. So we need to import this from Django. So from REST framework dot parsers, we want to import JSON parser. So data, and we can say JSON parser dot parse, and in here we need to add our request. After this we need to create our serializer. So let me just copy this serializer and paste it in here. So we can just add data, and now we need to check. So if serializer dot is valid, we are going to save our serializer. So serializer dot save, and we need to just return, let me just copy this, return a JSON response, and this is serializer dot data, and we can add a status in here. So we want to add 201, so it means 201 is created. And if there was an error, we can just return a JSON response, and this time we want to say serializer.errors, and this should be 400. Okay, now we have created our get and also post methods. Now let's open our urls.py. So this is my URL. So let me just so this time from .views I'm going to import article list, and I'm going to just say articles, and we need to add our article list in here. Now let me just run this, run my Django API, and if I go to localhost port 8000, and if I go to the articles, so articles, so page not found, articles, so let me just add this in here. Now let me just check this. So you can see that we have our articles. So ID1, this is the title, description, ID2, and we have in here. So now let me just hit this URL using the postman. So this is the postman, and let me just paste it in here. So now the method is get, and now if I send, so you can see that I have my data in here, and it's the 200 OK, and these are the data that I have in here. So now let me just post, let me just create another one. So this time I want to post, because if you see in here in my views.py I have post also, so I should post in here. So now let me just copy this in here and paste it in here, and I want to use post. So let me just copy this data from here, so one of the data, and from here I can go to the body and row, so row, change this to JSON, and let me just remove the ID because it is auto created, and I can just say new article title, and this is a new description. Okay, so now if I send this, I should receive an error, and I will tell that why. So let me just send this. You can see that we are receiving forbidden. Now if you see the documentation of Django REST framework, if you come down, so note that because we want to be able to post to this view from clients that won't have a CSRF token, we need to mark the view as CSRF exempt. Now this isn't something that you would normally want to do, and REST framework views actually use more sensible behavior than this. So we need to add this in here. So let me just copy this, and I can just add it at the top. Also we need to import this. So where is it? Yeah, I think this is, so from django.views.decorators.csrf we want to import csrf exempt and paste it in here. Okay, now this time I want to add data, so I want to add my this data, and let me just send this. So you can see that 201 created, and this is the message that we are receiving from here. So if the serializer is valid, we want to save that, and we want to just return a JSON response of 201 status. And so now we have the third data, so you can see the ID is third, and if I get this articles, you will see that I have a third ID article in here. So let me just get, so 1, 2, and this is the third, so new article title, and this is new description. Alright guys, now we've created our get and also post. Now we need to just do some functionality for example, updating the data or deleting the data or getting a specific article. For example, in here, if I say, for example, article 1, so I should receive an article 1 in here. So let's do that. So I need to create a new view function. So let me just first add at CSRF exempt, and I can just say if article details. We can add a request, and also we need to add a primary key in here. Now we need to get our data according to the specific ID or PK. So we can just say article dot objects. This time we're going to use get and PK, and also we need to create an except block in here. So except article dot does not exist. So if there is no article, what I want to do is to return an HTTP response, and so I can give status to 404. Now if request.method is get, what we want to do is to create our serializer. So we can just say serializer, article serializer, and we need to add our article object in here, and we can just return an JSON response with the serializer.data. So in the elif, if our request.method is, so request.method is put, not post, so put, so it's for updating, we need to just do the we need to do the same as this, like this. Let me just copy this and paste it in here. I will bring some change. So we are using JSON parser.parse, and we need to create our serializer. So this is article serializer, and in here we need to add also our article and the data. And if the serializer is valid, we want to save that, and we want to return the HTTP response. Let me just remove this. You can leave it in here, or you can remove it, there is no problem. So let me just remove it from here. Okay, now or we can just leave it in here, so 400 for this. And if it is request.method is delete, so we want to delete the article, and also we can just return an HTTP response with the status 204. It is no content. Okay, now we have created our view function. So we have get, post, we have for specific article, and we have for update, and also we have for delete. Now we can open our urls.py file, and in here we need to add a new path. So I can just say articles, so we can just import article details, and we can add int pk. Okay, now we are ready, and if I check the first article, so you can see that I am receiving the first article, and if I see the third article, I am receiving the third article in here. Now let's just do this in our Postman. So now this is get, and so in here I want to, so let me just do this in here, and I want to get article 3. So you can see that I have article 3 in here, and if I say article 2, I have article 2 in here. So now let me just close this, don't save, and I want to create a new one. So now I can get the article. Now let's update the article. So this time I want to use put like this, and I want to change the second article. So I can just go to the body and form data, or we can say row we are using, and we want to use JSON. And let me just copy this and paste it in here. Let me just remove the ID because ID is in here, and we can say updated data and updated description. So updated description. Now if I send, so now you can see the second ID is updated. Now if I get my articles, and I should see the updated data in here. So this is the first one, and if I come down, so you can see that this is the second ID, and the title is updated, and also description is updated. So we can delete, so we want to delete our second article. So this time I'm going to use delete, and if I send, so you can see that 204 no contents, it means that the data is deleted. And if I get this, you will see that I don't have the second data in here. So this is the first one, and I don't have the second one, so I have the third one directly. So also you can do it in here. So if you see the articles, we have ID 1 and we have ID 3, we don't have ID 2. Alright guys, now in this part we're going to talk about the response objects, status codes, and also wrapping API views, or how we can use API view decorators in function based views. Now in the response objects, you can see that the REST framework also introduces a response object, which is a type of template response that takes unrendered content and uses content negotiation to determine the correct content type to return to the client. Also, we have status codes. Now, using numeric HTTP status codes in your views does not always make for obvious reading. Now, if you see in here right now, we are using numeric status code, but we are going to change this. So, and it's easy to not notice if you get an error code wrong. Now, REST framework provides more explicit identifiers for each status code, such as, for example, HTTP 400 bad request in the status module. Also, we will learn that how you can add API view decorators. So you can see the REST framework provides two wrappers you can use to write API views. We have this API views decorator for working with the function-based views, and also this API view, it's for class, that when you're going to work with a class-based view. So we will use this because we have function-based API views in here. And also, one of the good thing about using this API view decorator is this, that we can access the browsable API view of the Django REST framework. So if I come down in the browsability, now having a browser, a web browsable API is a huge usability win and makes developing and using your API much easier. It's also dramatically lowers the barrier to entry for other developers. Now, even though you're using Postman, but it's good to have some information about the Django REST framework browsable API. So now let's bring changes to our code. So this is our views.py, and So I'm going to remove this because now I don't need to this. So we need to just remove this, and even you can remove the import from here. Now what I want to do is to from REST framework, so from REST framework dot decorators, I want to import API view, and in here I can say API view, and the methods are get and also post. Now also we need to bring change to our this code, because this time we are not using JSON response, we are using response. So we need to import this. We are going to from REST framework dot response. So we want to import response, and why we have error in here? Okay, so because we have removed this, let me just remove also this. Okay, now what we want to do is, so if the request.method is get, we are going to get all the articles or objects, and we want to add our data to the article serializer, and after that we want to return response, and we are going to just use serializer.data, and let me remove this. And in the post we also need to bring some changes. This time I don't need this JSON parser. So we have our serializer, and this is our article. Now this time we're going to get the data from the request, so request.data. And if serializer is valid, we want to save that, and we want to just return response serializer.data. And now we need to change this. So first we need to import from REST framework, import status, and this is status 201. So we can just say status dot status 201 created. And if there was an error, we also want to return response, and this time it is status dot 400 batch request. Okay, now let me just check this, that how it's working. So now this is my articles. Now if okay, now you can see that we have a browsable API. So from the Django REST framework, you can see we can post and we can get, and these are the articles that we have. And so for example, you want to post the data in here. Now let me just copy this and paste it in here. So we want to use application JSON, and let me remove the ID because it's auto created, and we can say from browsable API, and you can add my description, for example, whatever you want, you can just add it, and we can post this. So you can see the ID4 is added, and if I get, and we have our data in here. And you can see that this is our ID4 that we have in here. Now let's bring change to our rest of the methods. So let me just copy this, and in here let me just add it in this section. So this time we are getting the articles, and we want to return in here, let me just return response, and we can say for the status, so status dot 404 not found. And if this is get, we can add our article serializer, and we need to just return response, the serializer dot data, and this is the put. So we are going to just remove this, and we want to just get our data from the request.data, and we are checking if it's valid. We want to save it, and we want to return response and also response. So it should be status dot 400 bad request. and the last one is delete, and you can just say response, and this is our status dot 201 or 204 no content. Okay, now it is completed. So if I check my browsable API, so and for example, if I go to the first article, so I have, but I'm not seeing. Okay, so we have made a mistake. So this is get put and also delete. And now, so you can see that now I have delete in here, and also I have put. Now if I go to the articles, so I have just post in here. Now if I go to the first article, you can see that I have put and also delete. So first let me just update the first data, so we can just add it in here. So ID is 1, and I want to say updated and updated description, so updated. So if I put, you can see that this is updated. If I get my data, so let me just go to the articles, so you can see that the first one is updated. And you can delete, for example, I want to delete the first one, so I can just click on delete and delete, so it's deleted. You can see that 204 no content, and if I go to the articles, I don't have the first one, I have third and also fourth one. Okay, we have saw that how you can use function-based API views in Django REST framework. Now it's time to talk about class-based API views. Now, if you see Django documentation, Django REST framework, it's telling that we can also write our API views using class-based views rather than function-based views. As we will see, this is a powerful pattern that allows us to reuse common functionality and help us keep our code dry. It means don't repeat yourself. Now, if you see our function-based API view, so that we have already created, and this is, so what I want to do is to just comment out this because I will use some code from this part. Okay, now I want to create, first I need to import, so from here I can, so let me remove this comment. So I can say from REST framework dot decorators, we are going to import API view. Now we can create our class, so we can just say class article list, and now we can extend from the API view. So it's simple. Now we need to use our methods in here. So we have get method and post method, put methods in our this class based view. Now I can say diff get. So first I want to get my all articles, and also I want to post some articles using my API. So I can say request in here. Now let's copy some code from our previous part. So now if request.method is get, now we can just copy this code and bring this in here. So we can get our all articles, and after that we can serialize that, and we return a response of our data. So this was for the get, and now we can use post, so def post, and we can say request, and let's copy our code. So this is the code, and we are going to paste it in here. So we have our serializer in here. We want to serialize our data, and after that we're going to check that if the serializer is valid, we want to save that, and after that we are going to return a response in here that is 201. It means that the article is created or posted, and if there was an error or if our serializer is not valid, we can just return serializer.errors in here with the 400 path request. So now, we have done this. Now let's check this before adding our all methods. So now what I want to do is to open my urls.py. So let me just bring this in here because we are not using this. Now we need to import our article list, and we are going to comment out these two. So this is articles, and this time we are going to use article list dot as view. So dot as view, because we are using classes, so we need to add as view in here. So now let's check this, and okay, now it's still loading. So now if I refresh my page, you can see that I am receiving the same result, and this time we have used class-based API views. Now let's do this for our all methods that we have. So we have put, delete, and also get the specific article. Let's create another class, and I'm going to just call it class article details. So we can extend from the API view. So first we need to get our object or get our article, so we can say get object. So it is diff, not det. So we can add self in here, and also we need to pass the ID. Now we can just use, let me just come down. So we're going to use this try in here. Let me copy and bring this in this section. So we are going to get the article, so this time we are going to use ID, or we can add ID in here. So we are going to get our articles, and if there was no article, we are going to just return 404 not found. And in here we need to just return this. We don't need to save that, so we need to return the article. And now we can use get. So diff get. Now we can add self, request, and also ID. And let's copy this code and paste it in here. So this time we are going to use self.get object, and we need to pass the ID in here. We serialize the data, and also we don't need this in here. And okay, so we serialize the data and we return a response in here. So this was for the get. Now let's do for the put. So diff put, and we can add a request and also ID. We can simply copy our code. So for the put from here, and this is the put. And this time what we want to do is to first get the article. So we can just copy this code from here. So let me just remove this. Okay, now we have article. So we have we want to serialize our data, and we are checking the serializer, and after that we can save that. So this was for the put, and the last one is diff delete. So we can add request and also ID. So delete is also simple, as we have done it already, and we can just copy this. What we want to do is to just bring this in here, because we want to get the article, and after that we are going to delete the article. So this is our article details. Now we need to add this in the urls.py, and we can just add our pattern here. So this time it's int id, and we can add article details. So now let's check our API. Let me refresh this. So there is no problem, it was the get. Now if I for example, I want to get the third article, or the third article. So we have a type error, and let me just check that where is the problem. Alright guys, now the error is in here, so I should add id is id, so like this. And so also this is not a problem, we can just make it a single article, because we want to get one article. Now the main problem was in here, so id. And now let me just get the third article. Now you can see we have our third article. Now you can see that we have delete and also put or update. Now I want to update this data. I can copy this and bring it in here, so I can remove the ID, and in here you can just add it, for example, updated title and updated description. So updated description, and I can put this, so you can see that this is updated. Now if I get the article, so you can see that this is updated. Now you can remove this. So for example, I want to remove this, the third one, and I can just say delete. You can see that 204 no content, and we can check this, so we don't have the third data in here. Okay, now let's test this API using the Postman. And so I can get the article. I have just one article in here. I can post the article. So let me just post an article, and let me just copy this in the body, row, and JSON. So what I can say that this is the new data, and we can say Postman. Let me just say new description, and I can send. So you can see that we have 201 created, and this data is added. If I get my data again, so you can see that I have two articles. You can see that this is the fourth ID, and this is the fifth ID that I have added newly. So also you can put. So for example, I want to put, so I want to bring change to the fifth article, so this article, and we can say updated Postman, updated description. And if I send, so you can see 200 OK, and it is updated Postman and updated description. If I get my articles, you can see that the fifth one is updated. Also you can delete, so I want to delete the fifth one. and I can just say delete and send this. So 204 no content, and this is deleted. And if I check, you can see that I don't have the fifth ID in here, like this. So like this, you can work with the class-based API views in Django REST framework. Alright guys, now we're going to talk about the makes sense. If you see Django REST framework documentation, one of the big wins of using class-based views is that it allows us to easily compose reusable bits of behaviors. Now, the create or retrieve, update, delete operations that we have been using so far are going to be pretty similar for any model backend API view we create. So now, those bits of common behavior are implemented in REST framework mixin classes. Now let me show you the example. So you can see that they have an example in here, and they are using mixins. So now let's change our code. So this is our class article details and also class article list. So what we want to do is to first import. So from REST framework, we are going to import generics, and from REST framework, we are going to import mixins. Okay, now what we want to do is to remove. I want to remove all of these codes from here, or what I can do is, let me just comment this, because like this, or we can remove it, so no problem. So let me just remove these two from here, and this time what I want to do is to use mixins. So I'm going to use generics.generate API view, generic API view. So this is my API view that I'm using, and after that you can use the mixins. So there are different mixins, for example, for listing of our articles or for listing of our model objects, we can use model mixin, list model mixin. So we can use mixins.list model mixin. And now let me just, so after adding this mixin, what you can do is to create your query set. So we can say query set, and this is article.objects.all. And also we need to add the serializer class. So it is article serializer. So now this is our article list, and this is just a simple, we can just list our article. So it's just used for listing our article, and right now we cannot post. Now let me just check my browsable API. Okay, now you can see, so we're receiving method get is not allowed, article list. Let me just check this. Okay, this is because we have forgot to add the method. Now if you see the documentation for the Django REST framework, so after adding query set and serializer, in here you need to get your data. So let me just remove this, we don't need this. Now this method is used for getting of the all articles. Now let me check this again. So now you can see that I have my one article in here. So it was just for getting off the article. So now we want to use creating or posting data. So for that we need to use another mixin. So we can use mixins dot create model mixin. So it is used for creating of the model. And after that what we want to do is to post the data. So we can just use self request, and I can return self.create, and in here we can add request. So now let me just refresh my page. Okay, now you can see that we have a form in here, and it's because we have used create model mixin and also post method in here. Now we can post in here. Let me just add mixin, whatever you want. Let me just say mixin, add a title, and mixin add a description. And now I can post. So you can see the ID is added, and if I get, you can see that now I have 2 ID in here. So this was for getting and also posting the data. Now also there are for updating or deleting or getting a specific article also we can use. Now let me just remove these codes from here. Okay, now okay, I have removed all the codes. Now we can use retrieving our data and also updating data and also deleting the data. So for this, let me first use generics.generic API view, and so the first mixin is for retrieving. It's retrieve model mixin. And after that, another mixin that we want to use is update model mixin. And the last one mixin is for deleting of the data. So for this we can use mixins.delete or destroy model mixin. So this is used for retrieving the specific model. This is used for updating the models, and this is used for deleting the model. After that we need to create our query set. So we can use this query set and also serializer class. Like this. Now we can use the get in here. So this time, so I want to use request and also ID, and we can just say return self.retrieve. So we have a retrieve, and we want to pass request and also ID. Now we can add our put, so div put, and in here we can add request and also ID. So we can say return self.update, and we can add our request ID. And the last method is div delete, so it's used for deleting. We can add request ID, and we can just say return self.destroy, so it's used for deleting the data, and we can add our request and also ID. So now our article details and also article list is completed. Now we want to check this. So first we are going to use Django REST Framework Browsable API. So we can get the data and we can post the data, and there is no problem. We have already done this. So if I want to get a specific data, for example the fourth data, if I hit enter, probably I should receive error. So now let me just run this. You can see that I have received error. It's because it's telling that article details to be called with the URL keyword argument named PK. Now it's expecting PK, primary key, but we are adding ID. So what we want to do is to add a lookup field in here. So in the section we can add a lookup field and we can say ID. Now if I run this, you can see that we are receiving our API data, and we have delete, we have update. For example, I want to update this, we can just say updated, my description updated, and I can put, so you can see that API updated, and I can delete this. So now the data is deleted. If I get the data, you can see that I have just one data in here. Now let's do the add the functionalities using the postman we want to do. So we can get the data. So this is our data. We have just one data in here. We can post the data. Now let me just post the data in here, and let me just copy this, and I can just go to the body, and from here row, and change this to JSON. So remove the ID, and we can just add new data and new description in here. So new description, and I can post this. So you can see the ID 7 is added, and if I see my data, you can see that I have 2 articles in here. So this is the first one, the ID 6, and this is the ID 7. Now what we want to do is to update an article. So first we want to just retrieve a specific article. For example, I want to retrieve the 7 ones that I have created, and if I send, you can see so method not allowed. Okay, because we are using post and I want to use put. So now I want to new data updated, and if I send, so you can see new data updated, and if I check, so you can see this is updated, and if I get the specific article 7, and I should receive the 7 article in here, you can see that, and also the title is updated. Now the last one is deleting, and we want to delete the 7 data, and I can send. So 204 no content, it means that the data is deleted or the article is deleted. And if I get my all articles, you can see that now I have just 1 article in here. Okay guys, now we have learned that how you can use generic API views, which makes sense. Now in this video we want to talk about Viewsets and routers. Now if you see the Django REST framework documentation, now REST framework includes an abstraction for dealing with Viewsets that allows the developer to concentrate on modeling the state and interactions of the API, and leave the URL construction to be handled automatically based on common conventions. So now if you see the Django API guide, and it's telling Django REST framework allows you to combine the logic for a set of related views in a single class called Viewset. In other framework you may also find conceptually similar implementations named something like resources or controllers. Now let's create the example of the Viewset and routers, and also we're going to talk about the routers, so how you can use routers. You can see that some web frameworks such as Rails provide functionality for automatically determining how the URLs for an application should be mapped to the logic that deals with handling incoming requests. Now REST framework adds support for automatic URL routing to Django and provides you with a simple, quick and consistent way of writing your Vue logic to set a set of URLs. Now before this we have used the default URLs of the Django, and now we need to change this with the routers. So first we will talk about the Viewsets, and we want to create the example of the Viewsets in here. So now let me just create an example. Okay, now in here I'm going to just create a class. I'm going to just call it class article Viewset, and we need to import the Viewset. So from REST framework we are going to import Viewsets, and now this class extends from Viewsets dot. Now there are different Viewsets that you can use. The important one is model viewset. Now we have viewset, we have model viewset, also we have generic viewset. So first let me just show you that how you can use viewset, but we will work with the model viewset. So I'm going to choose viewset in here, and now when you're going to use viewset, you need to specify all the CRUD operations that you want to do. So now if you see the documentation of Django REST framework, let me just come down, you can see that you need to specify the list, retrieve, or for example if you came down, we have retrieve, update, partial update, and destroy. Now you need to specify these functionalities in your class. Now for example, for listing we can just use diff list, and we can add request in here. So first we need to get our all articles, so we can say article.objects.all, and after that we need to do we need to serialize the data, so we can just say serializer, article serializer, and we can add our articles, and also because it's a query set we can add money to true, and at the end we can just return a response. We can say that serializer.data. So this is for listing. Also you can create article, so we can just say request, and so we can just copy the serializer, and let me just bring it in here, and I want to remove this, and this time we need to get the data from the request, so request.data, and let's now we need to check that if our serializer is valid. What we want to do, that if the serializer is valid, we want to save that, so serializer.save, and also we can just return a response in here, so serializer.data, and we can add a status in here, so status dot 201 created, and if there was any error we can just copy and paste it in here. So this time we want to say errors, and we can just use 400 bad requests, so dot 400 bad request. Okay, now so we have created our, so right now we are not going to add update or deleting. So also let me just add the retrieve method in here. We can get a specific item, so we can just say diff retrieve. So you can see, if you see the documentation of Django, so this is for retrieving the data, so you can, let me just bring it in here. So we can use self request and also pk, and now we can create a query set in here, so we can say query set article dot objects dot all, and now we need to get one object, so we can just first we need to import, so from Django dot shortcuts import get object or 404. So now we can say article get object or 404, we can add our query set, and pk primary key, and now we need to add the serializer in here. You need to just pass article, and also we can just return the serializer.data. So like this. Now we need to just use routers. Now, as I have already showed you the documentation, now there are two ways that you can map your this viewset to the URLs. The first way is not recommended. If you see the Django documentation, I think it's in here. So now you can see that if we need to, we can bind this view set into two separate views like this, but typically we wouldn't do this, but would instead register the view set with the router and allow the URL conf to be automatically generated. So for this we are going to use default router. Now we are going to open our urls.py, and we don't need these in here, and what we need to do is to import article view set, and we can just comment this, and we can comment because we are not going to use this. And also from REST framework dot routers import default router. So first what we need to create a router in here, so router, and we can say default router, and after that we need to register our router, so we can say router dot register, and in here we can add articles. So we can add article viewset because we are using viewset.viewset, so we need to add a base name in here, so it is articles. Okay, now after this what you need to do is to include that in your URL pattern. So first we need to just import include, and in here we can just use path include, and we can say router dot urls. Now we are ready, I think. Yeah, so let's check our articles. Okay, now you can see that we have our API in here, so you can create, you can post, and if I get, for example, a specific article, I can retrieve that, you can see, but you can see that I cannot update or delete an article because I haven't added the functionality. So I have just functionality for retrieving the data, for creating, and also listing the data. So now let me just create a data in here, and I can add a new data. So let me just add it in this section. Let me just remove this, and we can say this is added data, this is added description, and I can post. So you can see we have ID 8, this is added data, and if I get, you can see that I have now two data in here. Now let's add the functionality for deleting and also updating of our data. So we can just add update, so diff update. If you see Django REST framework documentation, so in here we can just come down, and you can see that this is the update. Let me just copy this. So we have self request and also PK or primary key. So first we need to get our object, so we can say article dot object objects dot get pk, and after getting the object we need to serialize our data, and basically we can just use these codes and we can bring it in here. Okay, serializer, article serializer, and we need to add our article in here, so article, and if the serializer is valid we want to save that, and we want to just return our serializer data with the 201 created, and if there was an error we are going to just return our error with the 400 BAT request. Now let's add our destroy method. So if you see we have a destroy in here, let me just copy this and bring it in here. So now first we need to get our article, and after that we can just use article.delete, and we can just return JSON response. So we can say return response with the status of a dot 204 no content. So now it's completed and we are going to test this. So first we want to just use Django REST Framework Browsable API. So we can get the article and we can post the article. There is no problem. If I see my 8 article, so you can see that this is, and you can see that now I have delete and also I have put or update. First let me just update the data. And let me just say updated. This is updated and I can put, and this is updated, and I can delete this. So you can see it is deleted, and if I get my data, I don't have because it's not found, and I have one data in here. You can do the same functionality using the Postman, and let me just remove these records. So we can get all the data, no problem. We can just get a specific data we can post. So first let me just post a data in here. So I can use post. Okay, let me just copy this, and I can go to the body and row. So let me just remove this, and we can say new title, new description, send. So oh sorry, because we need to change this to JSON, and now I can send. So you can see that new title and new description is added, and if I get this data again, you can see that I have 2 articles. So now this is the newly added. You can get the specific article. For example, I want to get the 9th, and so you can do this in here. So for example, the 9th. So you can see that this is the 9th record, and we can update this. Let me just say put, and I want to just update this. So new title, updated, and now I can send. So you can see this is updated. Also we can delete, so I want to delete this record, and I can just send. So you can see 204 no content, and now the 9th one is deleted. So you can see not found, and there is no record in the 9th ID. You can see that I have just one in here. Alright guys, now let's talk about the generic Viewset. So we have saw that how you can use Viewset, and this is the example that we have already used. So viewsets.viewset. Now another type of Viewset is generic Viewset. Now you can see that the generic Viewset class inherits from generic API view and provides the default set of getObject and getQuerySet methods and other generic view based behavior, but does not include any actions by default. In order to use a generic Viewset class, you will override the class and either mix in the required mixin classes or define the action implementation explicitly. So now when you're using a generic Viewset, you need to specify the mixins. Now if you see there are different mixins that you can use for example, for listing the models, you can use list model mixin. We have create model mixin, retrieve model mixin, update and destroy model mixins. Now let's just use this. Okay, now let me just create my example, my new example. So this was from the previous part, and now I don't need to this. Okay, now we're going to just create a class. We can use article viewset, and this time we're going to use viewsets.generic viewset. So now you need to first specify the query set. So we can use the query set, and I can say article.objects.all. And after that you need to specify the serializer class. Now it is article serializer. Alright, right now it's not functional because we have said that when you're using generic view set, you need to specify the maxence that you want to use. Now if you see, for example, for listing the articles, we have an article model. We can use list model maxen, and it provides a .list method that implements listing a query set. Now if the query set is populated, this returns a 200 OK response with a serialized representation of the query set as the body of the response, and the response data may optionally be paginated. Now so let's just use this in here. I'm going to use maxence dot list model maxen. So now we can check our article list. So you can see that the result is the same, but right now you can see that it's just we are listing, and there's no more functionality like creating or updating or deleting. So for that we need to use another maxence, and so for example, for creating we can use create model maxen, and it provides a create method that implements creating and saving a new model instance. If an object is created, this returns a 201 created response with a serialized representation of the object as the body of the response. So now let's just use this create model maxen, and in here I'm going to use maxence.create model maxen. Okay, now right now you can see that we don't have any functionality for creating of our model instance. Now if I refresh this, you can see that now we have a form in here that we can add. So now let me just add a new data in here. So this is the new data, and this is the new description, and I can post. So you can see that it returns 201. It means created, and we have a new article in here. Now if I get the article, you will see that I have two articles. So this is the newly created. Now let's implement the rest of functionality. For example, for retrieving, we can use maxence dot retrieve model maxen. So it's used for retrieving a specific article. So for example, if I want to access this this article, so the ID is 10, so I can say 10, and now you can see that I am receiving this article. And the also we need to use maxence dot update model maxen, so it's used for updating the data. Now for example, if you want to update this, you can see that now we have an update form put with the put button. Now we want to update this, and we can just say update it, and we can just put. So this is updated, and if we get our data, so you can see that this is updated. And the last one is removing an item. So for that we need to use destroy model maxen. So we can just say maxence dot destroy model maxen. And now for example, I want to remove so for example, I want to remove this ID. So you can add the ID in here, and you can see that we have delete, and now I can delete this, delete, and 200 for no content. And if we check our articles, we have just one data in here. So like this, you can use generic view set in Django REST framework. Alright guys, now we are going to talk about the model view set. So we have saw the generic view set. Now I think our REST API is completed, even though we haven't added authentication, but we will do this in the later part of the video. But for right now, kindly it's completed, and after adding this model view set, we are kindly completed. So now, if you see the Django REST framework documentation, the model viewset class inherits from generic API view and includes implementation for various actions by mixing in the behavior of the various mixing classes. Now, the actions provided by the model viewset class are list, retrieve, create, update, partial update, and also destroy. So it's so simple and easy, and you can see that we have done a lot of codes in here. So these are all our codes. Now what we want to do is to just create our model view set, and it will be the last view set for us. Now I can just use class article view set, and we can use viewsets dot model view set. Now in here you just need to specify the serializer class. So it is article serializer, and if you see the documentation, so you can add the query set and also serializer class. So now I have added the serializer, and I can add the query set. So it is article dot objects dot all. Now just you need to add these two lines of the code. So the query set, serializer class, and our article view set is extending from the model view set. Now you can access to all functionality of creating, reading, listing, updating, and deleting of the data. Now let me just show you practically. So I can list all the articles. So I have just one article in here, and so let me just run it again. Okay, I can list the article. I can post a new article. So let me just add it. So let me just say model view set, add it, and model view set description, and I can post. So you can see it's posted, and if I have two articles in here. I can retrieve a specific article, so I want to retrieve the 10, and you can see that we have in here. Now you can put or update. So let me just remove this update and update it, and if I put, you can see that we don't have the updated in here, and you can delete. So I want to delete this. Now it's deleted. If I get the articles, so you can see I have just one article in here. Now let's just do the same functionality using the postman, and I can get all the articles. I have just one article in here, and I can post an article. So let me just post one more in here in the body row, and this should be JSON, and let me remove the ID, and I can say newly added, and we can say newly added description. So newly added description. Now we can send. So you can see this ID is added, and if you get or list your articles, you can see that now we have two records. So this is the first one, and this is the second one. You can just for example, if you want to update, so I want to update this 12, so I can add the ID in here, and I can change this to put, and I want to change this, for example, newly changed, and we can say description changed. And I can send, so it's changed. And if I get, you can see that so this record is changed. And also you can delete, so I want to delete this. And now, so 200 for no content, and it's deleted. If I check this, we don't have the 12th ID in here. Okay guys, now our backend API is kindly prepared, but it's not completed. And right now you can integrate with any frontend. For example, you can do crawl operations as we have already done. And you can see that we have our model and we have our serializer, and also we have our one view set, and this is our view set. That is we have article, and it is model view set. So now let me just remove these codes from here that I have already created these, so because I don't need this, and I'm going to just remove these codes from here. Or you can leave it, there's no problem. Let me just leave it because they are okay. So now right now we have article view set, and we have our model view set, and we can integrate with our API. So for example, let me just go to the, for example, localhost. So this is Postman. Now I can get the articles. So you can see I can get the articles, I can post, delete, or update the articles. But there's a problem, because right now there is no authentication for our API, for our REST API, because now everyone can get the articles, can update the articles, and can delete the articles. So we need to add authorization for our API. Now if you see Django documentation, so in the authentication section, so authentication is the mechanism of associating an incoming request with a set of identifying credentials, now such as the user the request came from or the token that it was signed with. Now the permission and throttling policies can then use those credentials to determine if the request should be permitted. So REST framework provides a number of authentication schemas that you can use. So if you come down, we have basic authentication and session authentication, but we are interested in token authentication. So if you come down, so we have basic authentication, and this authentication schema uses HTTP basic authentication signed against a user's username and password, and this authentication is mostly not recommended for production level. It's just you can use this generally for the testing. So now this is the authentication that we want to use. So it's token authentication, and this authentication schema uses a simple token-based HTTP authentication schema. Now token authentication is appropriate for client-server setups such as native desktop and mobile clients. Now it's according to documentation. So now let's integrate this. So the first thing is that you need to add REST framework.auth token in your installed apps. So I'm going to just copy this and open my settings.py. This is in here, and I need to paste it in this section, so in the installed apps. So after adding this, we need to migrate our project, because we need to create a database table for storing our tokens, for the user tokens. Now let me just in here I can just say python manage.py, and we can migrate. So now you can see that we have auth token, and if you see your Django at main panel, Now let me just refresh this. You can see that we have a tokens in here, a token table. Now we can create a simple token manually for the user. So this is our user and I want to create a token. So now you can see that this is the token that's created manually. Now so if I copy this, let me just copy this, and the headers. So now let me just okay, now before this what we need to do is to also add a view, URL view for our this authentication. So let me just do this in my main urls.py. I don't want to do this in the app level urls.py. So I'm going to open this urls.py in here. Okay, now in here you can see I have my admin and I have my API app URL. So in here the first thing is that I need to, from REST framework.authToken.views, I need to import opt-in auth token, and I can create a new path in here. So this should be auth, and we can add opt-in auth token in here. So now we have basic URLs in here that we can access our authentication functionalities. So now if I go to the auth in here, so let me just auth, and if I send, so you can see that method, no, okay, now we need to post because we want to send the username and password. So you can see that the username, this field is required, and the password field is required. Now I can go to the body, and in here I can add the username. So let me just add username. So I have already created a super user, so let me just add it, my username, and also I can add my password. So this is my password. Now if I send this, I should receive the token in here. So now you can see that this is the token that we have created in Django admin panel. So now let's talk about the permission classes. Now right now it's kindly prepared, but we don't have any permission classes now. Right now I can access to my articles without any authorization. So if I send this, you can see that I have my articles in here. Now what I want to do is to add permission classes. If you see Django documentation, Django REST framework, so now together with the authentication, we need to, and throttling permissions, determine whether a request should be granted or denied access. So now if you come down, so you can do this in two ways. So the first way is that you can add the permission class in your settings.py. So you can see we have is authenticated and we have. Now if I use is authenticated, it means that my all view sets will be restricted for unauthorized users. Now so you can see that it is authenticated. Now let me just show you the first way that you can add this globally. You can just copy this and we can open our settings.py, and let me just add it in here. Wherever you want, you can just add. So now you can see that REST framework default permission classes, and we have REST framework .permissions .is authenticated. Now if I want to access the articles, now if I send this, you can see that authentication credentials were not provided because now I'm using this in here. And right now if you see, we have just one view set. Maybe you have 2, 3 or 4 view sets. Now by adding this in your settings.py, it's globally, and your all view sets will be restricted for the unauthorized users. Now so now as we have already have a token in here, so if you see we have a token in here. Now if I let me just copy this. Now let me just show you that can I access this through the token. So I can go to the headers, and in here I can add authorization, and I can say token, and you can just copy the token in here. Now if I send this, okay, you can see that I am receiving authentication credentials were not provided. It is because you need to specify the authentication class in your Viewsets. So we have our permission classes, but we haven't specified that which authentication we want to use. We want to use basic authentication, session authentication, or token authentication. So for this, we can just go to the views.py, and in here in our view set we can add authentication classes, and we can use token authentication. So first you need to import token authentication, and I can just say from REST framework dot authentication we can import token authentication, and we can add token authentication in here. So now we want to just test our API. So now if I send this, you can see that I'm receiving my articles in here. If I disable this authorization and if I send this again, so you can see that authentication credentials were not provided because I have disabled the token. And if I enable this and if I send the API again, you can see that now I can see my data in here. So now this was the first way that you can add. So there's not much difference if you have it if you want to add it in here. So for example, if you want to restrict your all view sets, then it's good to add this permission classes in your settings.py. But for example, if you have some views that you don't want to restrict that, then you can add that in your view sets. So also you can use allow any. So let me just use allow any, and this time I want to disable the authorization, and if I send, I should see my data in here because now we have allow any in here. So you can see that we have our data in here. Now let me just make this again to as authenticated. Now this was the first way that you can add that in your settings.py, but another way is that you can add the permission classes in your view sets in the class-based view sets. If you are using function-based, you can add it like this: at permission classes is authenticated. But if you're using class-based views, you can just use like this. So let me just copy this, and I can open this, and in here I can add it in here. So also you need to import this, and we can just say, so from REST framework dot permissions import is authenticated, and I can just paste it in here. And this time I want to remove my this from here like this. So now if I send this without authorization, so I should receive so authentication credentials were not provided. And if I make this authorization, and you can see that we have our data in here. So like this you can work with the token authentication, and you can add it in here. There's no problem. Also you can use allow any in here, so there's no problem. Alright guys, now this will be our last part in our backend API. So in this part we will learn that how you can register a user into our system, and also we will do some refactoration on our code. So the first thing is that so right now so we have a class article serializer in here. Now what we need to do is to create another serializer for our user. So we are going to use the built-in user system from the Django. Now in here I'm going to create a class user serializer, and we are going to just use serializers dot model serializer, we can create our class meta, and for the model it is user, so we need to import this users from Django, and we can just say from Django.art from Django.contrib .art.models import user. And in here we can add our user, and also for the fields we can add ID, username. Also we need to add our password in here, but we will restrict this password. So we have our class user serializer, and we have our model that's user, and it is built-in Django model, and also these are the fields that we want. Now after this we need to open our views.py. Now in here you can see that we have some codes that we don't need, because so we don't need these. Let me just remove these codes from here, and let me just remove these comments, these codes. Okay, now our file is clean, and we need to create our user view set in here. So I can say class user view set, and viewsets dot model view set, and we can add our query set in here. So query set, it is not article, it is user, and we need to import users. So from Django.contrib.art.models import user. So user.objects.all, and we can add our serializer class. So it's user serializer, so we need to import that in here. So user serializer, and let's just add our user serializer in here like this. Also we need to now register this user view set, so as we have in here. Now I can go to the urls.py, so that's located in my API app, and you can see that we have registered the articles. Now we can do the same, so let me just do it in here. So we can say router.register, and we need to import the user view set in here. So user view set, so it is users, and also we want user view set. So now also I can add a path in here, because right now we can just use, for example, localhost articles or localhost users. So now I want to first I want to open the API, so I can say localhost API after that articles. So localhost API, and after that users. So you can just add. So it's not a big problem, but it's good to add API in here. If you don't want, you can just remove it. There is no problem, and nothing will be changed. So now this is our user serializer, sorry, user view set. And now let's just open Postman, and we need to just do some. So now let me just go to the localhost port 8000, and this time we need to first add API, and after that we can use, for example, articles like this. So now if I send this, so because we don't have the token, it's saying authentication credentials were not provided. So now we want to go to the users, and this time we want to post. So we have an error. So let me check. Sorry, we have made a mistake in here. We don't need to add this in here. So now we can just. So if I send, so you can see that it's telling that username, this field is required, and password, this field is required. Now I can go to the headers, and in here I can add so let me just, okay, now in here I can add my username, not header, sorry, in the body, and form data, and I can add username. So let me just add a new username in here, and I can add a password. Now I can send, and you can see that ID2 with the username John and the password John is created. Now if I check my admin panel, so admin, and we have our users, so you can see that I have a new user in here. Now there are two problems with this user. So the first one is the hashing password. Right now, if I see my super user, you can see that we have an hashed password or using this algorithm. But if I check this newly created user, and I don't have any hashed password, and you can see that it's selling invalid password format or unknown hashing algorithm. So now this is the first problem, and the second problem is that we need to create tokens dynamically for our every user. So right now we have just one token, and that we have already created using the super user. So first let's just handle the first one for the hashing password. Now I'm going to open my serializers.py. So this is my user serializer, and in here I need to add some extra keywords, and in here we can add our password. So we want to just add some restriction for the password, and so the first one is the write only. So also for this, let me just show you another thing in here. Now, so I've created my user. Now if I get my users, so let me just go to if I get the user, so you can see that I have my password in here. I need to restrict this password. If I get this URL, I want to it should be the ID and username, not the password. So now we can add, first we need to just add this in here. We need to handle this extra. We need to add this, and we can just say password. So the first one is write only, and let me just make it to true, and also we can add required, so required, and also make it to true. Okay, now if I get my users, so let me just send this. Now you can see that I have just ID and username. I don't have the password in here. So you can see ID2, ID1, and also username. So now let's talk about the hashing password. So now in the user serializer, I need to override the create method. So I can just say div create, and in here first I need to just say user dot objects dot create user, and I need to add the validated data in here. And I can just return the user like this. So now I want to just add a new user. So we have username and password. This time let me just add it, for example, new user, and the password is new user, and I want to post this. And you can see that I have ID3 with the username of new user. Now if I check my users, so you can see that I have a new user, this new user, and if I click on this, you can see that I have hashed password in here. Now another problem was the token problem. If you see my tokens, I have just one token, but I have 3 users, so this token was manually created. Now we need to also, if a user registered, I want to create token for that. So for this, what I want to do is to first import from REST framework dot auth token dot views import token, and in here, when we create, in this section we can just say token dot objects dot create, and I want to create the token for the my user, so user. So now if I now let me create another user in here. So I want to just say, for example, my user, or we can say, let me just add my user. So for example, my user, and this is the password is my user. And if I send this, so you can see ID4 with username my user is created. And now if I check my users first, I have another user, my user, and if I check tokens, I have a new token in here at name of my user. Okay, now let's log in using this new token. So let me just copy this and let me just open a new tab in here. So I want to get my all articles, and if I send this, so you can see that we are receiving authentication credentials were not provided. Now I can go to the headers, and in here I can just add authorization. So authorization, token. And now let's copy this my user token in here, and now if I send, you can see that now we have our articles in here. So now our backend API is completed, and now we can integrate this with the front end. So after this, we will work on our front end. In this part, we are going to start creating of our REST API, backend REST API in Django, and after that we can integrate that with the VueJS frontend. Now before this, we need to install Django, so we can just say pip install Django. I've already created virtual environment, and now I'm waiting for the installation of the Django, and after installing the Django, we will also install Django REST framework. Now let's install Django REST framework. So we can just use pip install Django REST framework. So this is the official documentation for the Django REST framework. So I think, yeah, it's in the installation. We can just copy this and install our Django REST framework. Okay, now after installation of the Django REST framework, let's create our first project in Django. So now we can just use Django admin start project, and after that you need to give the project name. For example, I'm going to just give it Bog app, or whatever you want, you can just give it. Now the project has been created, and if we see in here, so now you can see we have a blog app, and you can see that these are the files, the urls.py file, and so I've already talked about this in the first part of the course, building that was about Django REST framework. So now you can see that this is our blog app. Now let's just run this, and I can just change directory to blog app, and I can just say python manage.py run server. So you can use python manage.py and run server. And now you can see that we can now check this. So if I go to localhost port 8000, and this is our Django and it is working. Let's create our first app in our Django project. Now there will be two apps that we're going to create. First one is our users, and the second one is for the articles. Now let's just create our first app in here. So I'm going to just say python manage.py start app, and you need to give the name of the app. So for example, it's users app. Okay, now you can see that we have our users app in here, and we have our admin.py file, apps, models, and views. So now after creating of the your app, you need to add your app and then installed apps of the settings.py file. So let's just open our settings.py file, and let me just remove these codes from here. Okay, and in the installed app, the first thing is in the installed apps, the first thing is that we need to add our Django REST framework. So we have already installed it, but now we need to add the REST framework. So let me just copy this and add this in here. And also, because we in this simple project, we will use session authentication and also token authentication, as we have already talked about the token authentication in the first part of the course. So we need to add that also in here. So we will use token and also session authentication. So in here I can just say auth token, and at the end we can just add our users model in here. So after doing this, now we need to open our models.py. We need to create our first model. Now if you see the Django documentation, we are going to use a custom user model. Now you can see that if you're starting a new project, it's highly recommended to set up a custom user model. Even if the default user model is sufficient for you, this model behaves identically to the default user model, but you will be able to customize it in the future if the needs arises. Now, even though we can use the built-in user model, but it's highly recommended to use a custom user model. For example, in the future, if you want to add some fields for the user model, then there will be no problem and you can add that. So for this, you can see the first thing is that we need to import this abstract user. So when you're using to when you want to use the custom user model, then you need to use abstract user model. So from django.contrib.auth.models, we are going to use abstract user model. Now we can just say class user model, and now this class extends from the abstract user. Right now, because we are not going to add any custom fields, so we can just pass this. But for example, if you want to add some custom fields for your user model, then you can just add it in here. So now we have used our user model and it extends from abstract user. After that, let's just register this. So we can just say from .models, we are going to import user model. And now in here we can just say admin.site.register, and we want to register our user model. Now let's just do after creating of the models, you need to migrate your project. So now for this, in here I can just say python manage.py, and I can just say make migrations. Oh, before migrations, what I forgot, so if you see in the custom user model, it's telling that don't forget to point out user model to it. So when you're using a custom user model, you need to tell Django that I'm using a custom user model. So for that, you need to just find that in the settings.py file. Now it's telling that do this before creating any migrations or running manage.py migrate. So now let's just copy this auth user model, and I can just go to the settings.py of my project, and I can just come down. So in here I can just say auth user model, and it is users, and we need to point to this user model dot user model. Now we can just do our migrations and also migrate. So now in here I can just say python manage.py make migrations, and you can see create model user model, and after that we can just say python manage.py migrate. Let's just run our server, and I can just say python manage.py run server, and now we are going to check our, so this is our Django, and if I go to, also I need to create a super user, so let me just terminate this. So python manage.py create super user, so super user, and you need to give the username, so I'm going to just give it a username and email address, and you can give a password. So what password you want, you can just give it in here, and we can just confirm the password. Oh, password didn't match, and okay, now super user created. Let's just python manage.py run server, and now we are going to just check our localhost, and we can just go to the admin, and in here you need to give your super user. Let's just log in, and you can see that now we have a users, and this is our user model, and right now you can see that we have just one user in here. Okay, now let's create our login and registration system. Now for that we need to install some packages. Now the first package that we want to install, that's called Django Auth. Now it's an integrated set of Django application addressing authentication, registration, account management, as well as third-party social account authentication. So we need to install this, and for installation, if you see their documentation, so you can use pip install Django Auth, and here you need to just pip install Django Auth. Okay, now so after this installation, now we will wait for the installation. Now so you can see that, please note to add this django.contrib.site, it's required in the installed apps, and we need to add this. So you can see that in here you can see the django.contrib.sites, and we can just copy this, and we need to add this in the installed apps. So and here we can just add it in this section. So after adding this, now we need to add some more settings. So for example, in the installed apps you need to add auth.accounts, and even though you're not using social account, but you can just add it. So we can just grab this, and we can just bring this in here. So let me just add it in this section like this. So this is our REST framework, and okay, and after doing this we will need some more setups for this. So you can see that this is the URL pattern that you can use. So now after installation of the Django lot, another package that we want to use, that's Django REST. Now this package is used for creating REST API endpoints for authentication and registration. So we can just install this, pip install Django REST, and now we are waiting for this. And after installation of the Django REST auth, another package that we want to use, that is called Django Crispy Forms. Now, so this is the documentation. Okay, now let me just install this. So you can use pip install Django Crispy Forms. Now it's the best way to create nice, good looking forms for this. Now one important issue is this, that this Django Crispy Forms uses Bootstrap 4. Now let me just install this. And for example, if you want to install, if you want to use Bootstrap 5, then you can see that if you want to use Bootstrap 5, then you can just go to the Crispy Bootstrap 5, and in here we need to install this. So we can just use pip install Crispy Bootstrap 5, and like this. And there is some settings. We will do this. First we need to install our packages, and after that the last package that we want to use, that's Django registration, and it's one of the important package, and it's an extensible registration application for Django, and we can just use this for the installation. We'll talk about this more. And if you see the docs in here, you can see and it provides as registration functionality for Django powered websites. And also, for example, you can use two-phase registration, even though we are going to just disable the email authentication, but there's a lot of features that you can use with this, with the Django registration. And so now all the packages are installed. We need to add our installed apps in here. So the first one is REST auth, and let me just copy this. Also, we are going to just use REST auth dot registration, and we need to also use the Crispy Forms. So let me just find this. So in the installed apps, we need to add Crispy Forms and Crispy Bootstrap 5, and let me just add these in here like this. So after adding this, also we need to add some settings for our these installed apps. So now the first one is we need to add a site ID at the bottom. So let me just come down, and in here we can just add a site ID to 1. And also I've already said that because we are not using email verification for the Django lot, so we need to just make it disable. So we can just say account email and verification and make it none. Also we want to just make account email required, and this should be true like this. Okay. Also we need to add our Crispy Forms. So let me just, so this is Crispy allow template pack, and you can see that it's Bootstrap 5. So we can change this, but for right now let me just add Bootstrap 5 in here like this. And after that, after doing all these, now we need to just Python manage.py make migrations. No module REST auth. Alright guys, now in here we have a mistake. It's REST auth like this, and by this reason we are receiving error. So we can just say Python manage.py make migrations. Okay, now you can see we have our these accounts, and after that we can just say Python manage.py migrate. Okay, now it's completed. Now after this we need to add some URLs in here. Now before adding URLs, we need to also just add our login redirect. So for that we need to just open our settings.py, and then here we need to just add our login URL. So let me just come down, and here I can just say login URL, and we want it should be accounts login, and login redirect URL, and it should be the home page, and also we want login redirect logout redirect. So now by default we want to just redirect the users to the home page, that's login, and when the user log out we want to just make that to the index page. So we have login URL, it's accounts login, and after that we have login redirect URL, and we have logout redirect URL. So now after doing this we need to just open our urls.py, and we need to add some configurations in here. So let me just remove this comments from here. Now first we want to include our Django REST browsable URLs. So for that we can just say add include in here, and after that let me just copy this and paste it in here. It's auth, and we can just include, so include, and we can include REST framework.urls. so REST framework.urls. Now if I go to this endpoint, so let me just open localhost port 8000 and auth. So you can see that we have login and also logout. Now if I go to the login, so login, now you can see that we have a browsable API for the login that for example you can log in your REST. Okay, now let's just add another endpoint in here. So let me just another URL, let me copy this, and this time it's REST auth, so we can just add REST auth, and we need to include REST auth.url. so this is the package that we have installed, so REST auth.urls. Now let's just go to this URL, so let me just say REST auth, and now you can see that in the REST auth we have password reset, we have login, logout, now we have user. Now there are different features and functionalities that you can use. So if I go to the login, so you can see we cannot log in. You can see that right now method is not allowed, and now you can see that in here we can for example create a user, and let me just add admin, and we can just add so for example you can add email and password. So the another one is that we want to use the third endpoint is that it's registration endpoint via the REST. So now let me just copy this, and in here we can add REST auth, and this time registration, so registration, and in here we can add REST auth.registration, so registration.urls. Now this time if I go to registration, so not login, registration, and so in the registration you can see that we have REST auth registration, and we have verify email, and like this. And in here we should see a browsable API. I think, yeah, we forgot to add this in here. Now if I go to REST auth registration, And now you can see that we have our registration in here. You can see register, and you can add so username. Let me just add username, and we can add email, and also we can add password 1, for example admin123, and we can just say admin123, and we can post, and you can see that the new user is created with the token or key in here. So now let's just add another one, and that is our login and registration path via browser. So first we want to add the login, so let me just copy this and add this at the top. So let me just add it, and we can just use accounts, and we need to include the Django default URLs, so django.contrib.auth.urls, so django.contrib.auth.urls. And now let's just check this, so we can go to the accounts this time, not login. So let me just first go to the accounts, not login, just accounts. So you can see that in the accounts we have login, logout, password change, and let me just go to the login. So login. Now you can see in the login it's telling me that template does not exist. So for if you want to use this functionality, we need to create a templates folder after that registration folder, and in the registration we need to create a login.html. So this was for the login. Now let's just add the registration path, and I'm going to just copy this and add it once more, and this time we want to just say accounts register. And because we are using, if you remember, we are using default, we are using custom user model. Now if you see Django registration, now it's telling that if you're using a custom user model, we need to create a custom form for that. And if you come down, so you can see in general Django registration will work with a custom user model. Now at least some additional configuration is always required in order to do so. Now if you're using a custom user model, please read this documentation. Now for this we need to just create a new registration, a custom registration form. Now let's create our form. So in the users, we are going to just create a new file, and we are going to just say forms.py. Now the first thing is that we need to just import from Django registration dot forms. We are going to import registration form, and after that from dot models we are going to import our user model. Now if you see in here, we need to create the class that extends from this registration form. And now let's just create class user form, and we can add this registration form in here, and we can create a class meta, and we can just say registration form dot meta, and we can add our model. So according to the user model, we want to create a custom form. Now we want to add our registration in here, and so first we need to import our form, our custom form that we have created. So in here we can just say from users.forms we are going to import user form, and from Django registration.backends.onestep, because we are not going to use email verification, so we can just say we can add one step. So .views, we want to import registration view. Now in here we can include, so we need some more parameters for this, account register, and so in here we want to use the registration view dot as view, and after doing that we are going to add our form class. So our form class, and it is user form, and also we need to add a success URL like this. Okay, now we don't need this include in here, like this, and we need to add this in the registration view. So let me just grab this and add this in here. So we have form class and we have a success URL. Let me bring this in here, and now we can add a name. So the name is register. Okay, now let's check our this register endpoint, and we are going to just we want to go to the accounts register. Okay, now you can see that in here also we need to create a template if you want to use the registration. It's telling the template does not exist, so we need to create a templates folder, and after that we need to create another folder at name of Django registration, and on that we can create a registration form.html. Alright guys, now let's talk that how we can mount our Vue.js application to Django. Now, for example, in here I want, when I logged in, I want to redirect the user to the index page, and this index page is located in my Django templates folder. And after that I want to mount the Vue.js, my Vue.js in this index.html. So now if you remember in my settings.py, now we have a login redirect URL, so we want to redirect that to the index page. So now for this we are going to create so first we are going to create a new folder in here, and we can just call it main. And in the main folder, so first let me just create an index.html. So in the templates we are going to create a new file, and I'm going to just call it index.html. Now this index.html is the place that we want to mount our Vue.js application. Now in here we can just extends, so we can just say extends from the base.html, and after doing this we are going to create our block body, and we can just end the block. And for right now I'm going to just create an h1 tag, and we can just say welcome to Django and VueJS. And in here we need to create a div ID, and this should be app, and this is the app that we will have in our Vue.js application. Okay, so now now this will be the place that we are going to mount our Vue.js application. Now after doing this, now we need to create a views.py file. So in here I'm going to just create a views.py Python file, and we're going to add an init because it should be an mpt init.py. It should be like package. So now in the views.py file we need to add some imports. So from django.contrib.auth.mixins we want to import login required mixins, and also from django.views.generic.base we are going to import template view. So we can create a class, and I'm going to just call it index, and this is our main index class. We want to add login required because we want everyone should be logged in to access the, for example, the articles or the posts. By this reason, we can add login required mixin, and also we are going to just add a template view in here. And in here we can just override div get underscore template names, and we need to give the template name in here, and that is index.html, and also we are going to just return template name. So after doing this, now we need to create a URLs path for this. So now for that we can just go to the urls.py file, and let me just close some files from here. So let me close init.py and this login registration. And okay, now let's import our view. So we can just say from main.views we are going to import index. So we can just say import index, and also we are going to use repath in here. So now if you see Django documentation, now repath, and you can see you need to give route, view, and these are the keyword arguments. Now returns an element for inclusion and URL pattern. Using repath we can use a regular expression, and you can see that the route argument should be a string get text lazy that contains a regular expression compatible with Python RE module. Now in here we want to use repath to redirect all the requests to the index.html. So we can just copy this, and in here we can add this. So let me just add it in here, and we need to just bring some change. Let me remove this, and in here we can just give dot, and after that a $sign. Let me just remove this, and in here we can just use index.asView, and you can just give a name. So the name, I'm going to just give it index. So we have used repath, and we want to just use catch-all, and we want to just redirect all the requests to the index. Now let's check this, and we can just okay, now in here we need to give and if I click on the login, so now you can see that we are redirected to the index.html that we have created. So in here, so welcome to Django and VueJS. Now, so right now if you see I'm logged in, and that is administration panel. Now if I log out, let me just log out from here, and now if I go to in here, so you can see that I am redirecting to the login. Now if I want to access to the index, I cannot. I am in the login. Now I can just log in, so using a new user that I have created, and if I click on the login, and now you can see that I am in here. Alright guys, now this part we want to learn that how you can create a serializer for your user model, and also how you can set the authentication classes and also permission classes. So now, as you remember, we have already added, if you see in here, we have already added auth token, and so you can see that if you're using token authentication, you can use auth token. Now we have already talked about the authentication system in our first part, and on that part we have used token authentication. Now in here we will use token and also session authentication. And as you know that there are different authentication. We have basic authentication, session authentication, and also token authentication. Now basic authentication, it's not recommended to use in production level. So you can see that it is this authentication schema uses HTTP basic authentication signed against a username and also password. And basic authentication is generally only appropriate for testing, and it's not recommended for the production level. Now the token authentication and also the session authentication is good to use. So you can see we have already added this REST framework.auth token in our settings.py file, and if you see our admin panel, let me just go to the admin panel, and you will see that I have a token table in my database, and let me just show you. So you can see that we have a tokens table in here. Now so let's just add now let me just go to the now you can see that this is session authentication. We will use session authentication and also token authentication. Now you can see that this authentication schema uses Django default session backend for authentication, and session authentication is appropriate for Ajax clients that are running in the same session context as your website. So we will use both of them, and I can just find so where is it? I think it was at the top. Yeah, now we can just copy this and we can just come down, and in here we can add so this is we can change this to token authentication. Okay, now after this in our, let me just close this, and the users, we are going to create a new file, and I'm going to just call it serializers.py, and also we need to create another file that are urls.py file. Now in the serializer we are going to create our serializer. So from REST framework we are going to import serializers, and also from .models we are going to import user model. Let's create our class, and I'm going to just call it user serializer, and this class extends from the serializers.model serializer. We have already talked about the different types of serializer in the first part of the course, so if you've watched that you will know that what I mean. So in here we are going to use model serializer. Now in the class meta we need to give the model. So the model is user model, and the fields we want just one field, that is username. We are interested in the username in here. And after this we are going to open our views.py file, and we need to create a view for our so we need to create a view, so we can so first we need to import. Now there are different views that you can use, as I've already talked, and here we are going to use API view, and for example we have model view set, and there are different views that you can use. So now the first thing is that from REST framework dot response we are going to import response, and from REST framework dot views we are going to import API view, and from dot serializers we are going to import user serializer. Let's create our class user view, and this class extends from the API view. We need to use diff get. We can give self and also request. So in here we are going to get our users, so we can just say serializer, and it is user serializer, and we can just in here we need to give request.user. So our user is in the request, so request.user, and now we can just return response serializer.data. So now after doing this, we need to create URLs for this. So we have already our URLs .py in here. Now we can just copy some codes from here. Let me just grab this and add this in here. We don't need this. We don't need include, and we can just copy the URL pattern. Let me just copy these and add it in here. Okay, now we're going to change this to API, and from .views we want to import user view, and or even we can just leave it blank for right now. We can just say like this, and our user. So now we can just add our user view dot as view, and in here we can give the name of the user. So now let's just add this in our main urls.py file, and so we can just add it in, let me just add it in here, and we can just say API, or even you can leave it blank, and we can just add users.urls. So now let's just go to the API and a user. Models without either the fields attribute or exclude. Oh, I have misspelling in here. It's fields. So now let's just go to the API user. Okay, now you can see that we are receiving username, and this is our username. Now if I log out, and you can see now, right now you can see that we don't have any permission classes in this view. We want to restrict this view. If you see Django REST framework documentation in the permissions sections, you can see that there are different ways that you can add permission classes. Now in the setting permission policy, now the default permission policy may be set globally. So if you want to set that globally, you can use default permission classes in your settings.py file. And if you use as authenticated, then all your your views will be restricted to the unauthorized users. Now if you use allow any, all user can access to the Viewsets. And if you come down, you can see that you can set you can also set the authentication policy on per view. For example, you have some views that are you want it should be not restricted, then you can use the authentication policy per view. So if you're using class view, you can just add first you need to import. So from REST framework.permissions import is authenticated, and you can add permission classes is authenticated. Or if you're using function API view, then you can use that through the decorator. So add permission classes, and you can use as authenticated. So you can do that according to your choice. You can see we have allow any as authenticated as admin user. And one of the important points that you can use custom permissions. You will use this. Now if you're using custom permissions, then you can override base permission, and there are two methods that you can use. We have has permission and we have has object permission. We will talk about this when we have created our custom permissions. Now for right now, what we want to do is to let's just add this globally. So we can, I am going to just copy this, and let me just open my settings.py file, and in here we can just add default permission classes, and it is authenticated on is authenticated. Now if I go to API user, you can see that authentication credentials were not provided. Now we cannot access. If I log in and give my password and log in, now you can see that I'm seeing my username. Now if I log out, it's not provided. I can just log in with another user, and I can just log in. You can see that now I'm logged in as a new user in here. Okay, now let's create our article app. So now I'm going to just say python manage.py start app, and I'm going to just call it articles. So now if we see our blog app, so let me also run my server, so python manage.py run server. Now so you can see that I have articles in here, and before this we need to just open our, okay, now this is our settings.py, and we need to just register this users, this articles, and after that let's create our models. Now the first we are going to just create a simple article model with some fields, and it extends from models.model. We need to models.model. Now we need to add a created add, and this is models.date time field, and in the date time field we can just add auto. Now add and make this to true. So we have a title, and it is models dot car or char field, and we can give a max length of you can just give it, for example, 300. I'm going to just give it 300. We can just copy this, and this time we want to add a body, so it's a text field, and we don't need to add a max length for this, so it's a Slug field, and we can change this to Slug. For this we can add a max length of 250, for example, and we want to just, it should be unique, and make it to true. And the last field is the author field, and this is a models.foreign key. So it's many-to-one relationship. Now if you see Django documentation, many-to-one relationships, to define a many-to-one relationship, we can use the foreign key, and you use it just like any other field type by including it as class attribute of your model. And foreign key requires a positional argument, the class to which the model is related, and also we need to add a models.cascade. So you can see that there is an example, and so now it's one of relationships in Django. Now in here we can use model.foreign key. We need to add the so first we need to add, and here we want to add the user. So because we are going to use custom user, so if you see in our users we have and here we are using a custom user model that extends from the abstract user. Now we need to just point to this user. In our settings.py we have our custom user, and you can see that it's out.user, and in here we can just say first we need to import settings. So import, so from django.conf import settings, and we can just say settings dot auth user model. And what it means foreign key, it means that an author can create multiple articles, for example 1, 2, 3 articles, and each article is related to a specific author. And also we need to just add another attribute in here that's on delete, and this should be models dot cascade. So cascade. Now what it means, the models dot cascade, it means that, for example, we have a user and this user has different articles, for example 2, 3 articles. When we want to remove this, for example this user, we want to remove all the articles that are related to the user. And also we can just add a related name, so related name, and this is articles. And also let me just create a diff str, and in here we can just return self.title. So we have just a simple article model with different fields created at title and body, slug, it's slug field, and author. Now let's just migrate this. Okay, now in here I can just say python manage.py make migrations auto now add, so models.datetime field, oh sorry, it's I have a type in here. And now I can migrate this, so python manage.py migrate. And now let's just open our admin.py. And we can register this, so articles admin.py. We need to import this from .models, import article, and admin.site.register article model. Now let's just run our server. And now you can see in our admin we have our articles, and right now there is no article in here. Let's talk about creating slugs, dynamically slugs. Now right now if you see, if I click on the articles and if I click on the add article, you can see that I have a slug field, and if we see our models, in the models we have a slug, and it's a type of slug field. This is the max length, and the unique is true. It means that we cannot add an article without the slug. So now in here, if you for example, if I add this is the title, and we can just add the body, so this is the body. And for example, I'm not going to add a slug, I can choose an author, and if I click on the save, you can see that this field is required. Now we want to create these slugs up automatically according to our title. So for example, if we have a title, we want to create our slug according to this title. So for this we are going to use signals in Django. Now if you see Django documentation about the signals, it's telling that Django includes a signal dispatcher which helps allow decoupled applications get notified when actions occur elsewhere in the framework. Now in a nutshell, signals allow certain senders to notify a set of receivers that some action has taken place. They are especially useful when many pieces of code may be interested in the same event. Now there are different signals that you can use, pre-save, post-save, we have pre-delete, post-delete, and we are interested in pre-save. So now let's just open our articles, and in here we are going to create a new Python file. We're going to just call it signals.py. So signals.py. And the first thing is that we need to import. So from Django.models.db.models we are going to import pre-save, and also we need to add .signals. And after that we need to import our model. So from .models import article, and also we need to from Django .dispatch we are going to import receiver. Okay, now also we need to import the Slugify. So from Django utils.text we are going to import Slugify. So Slugify. Okay, now these are our imports, and now let's create our, this is Slugify. Now let's create our function, and I'm going to first I need to just add receiver, and we need to give the signal, and the signal is pre-save, and the sender of signal is our article model. So article. Now we can create div add Slack, and we need to give the sender, and also we need to give the instance. So instance, and we can just pass args and also keyword argument. Like this. Now after doing this we can now first check if instance and not instance.slack. So if we don't have any slack for the slack field that we have created in our models, so we can access to this slack using the instance. On that case we are going to just use our Slugify, and we want to do our slagging according to the title. So you can see that in here we have our title. So instance.title, and after that we want to set our Slack to this Slack that we have. So instance.slack to this Slack. So now if you see Django documentation, this is the pre-save signal, and it's django.db.models.signals.presave, and this is sent at the beginning of a models save method. Now the arguments that sent with this signal, that's the sender, it's the model class, and also so you can see that the sender is the article that we have given, it's the model class, the instance and the actual instance being saved, and so we have instance, and also but the raw data using, we have also update fields like this that we are not going to use. Also after creating of the signals, you need to add that to the apps.py file of your application. So now we are going to open our apps.py file, and in here we can create a diff-ready method in here, and in the diff-ready we need to import that. So we can just say import articles.signals, and also you need to open your init.py file, and let's just open this, and in here we can just say default app, not all but it's app, and we can just say config, and we can make it articles.apps.articles.config. Okay, now let's just try this. So first we want to import. So first we are going to just open our Django shell. So we can just say python manage.py, and we can just say shell. So we have cannot import name is Slugify from Django.utils.text. So we have an error in our signals, and This is because from Django.utils.text import Slugify. This is smallest Slug, and it's small s, and we can just say Slugify. And now let's just open our shell. Okay, so the first thing is that from Django.contrib.auth we are going to import get user model, and after doing this we need to create a user. So I'm going to just call it my user, and this is get user model. And after that we want to just get the first user, so my user dot objects dot first, and if you see u, it's our first user. And after that we can just say from articles dot models we are going to import article model. And now we can create our article, so we can just say article, and now we can add the so in here we can just say article dot objects dot create, and now we can add our title. So first we need to add our title, and we can just say this is our title, and we need to add a body, so this is our body. And also we need to add the author, so the author is you. Now if you see a.slug, you can see that we have our Slug in here, and I can just say a.save, and now let's check our Django main panel. In the articles we have one article, and now you can see that we have a Slug for this article. In this part we want to learn that how you can create a serializer and also view sets for your article model. So we have already created our article models. Now let's create a new Python file, and we are going to just call it serializers.py. So serializers.py. Okay, now after creating of this, first we need to import from REST framework. We are going to import serializers, and also we are going to import from .models, we are going to import article model. After doing this, we are going to create our article serializer, and it extends from serializers.models serializer. Now there are different type of serializer, as we have already talked in the first part of the course. And here we are going to use the model serializer. So now so first let me just create a Slug field in here, and I want it should be serializers dot Slug field, and I want to make the read only to true, so read only to true. And also we want to get this string representation of the author field, so we can just say serializers dot string field, string related field. Now we can create our class meta, and in here we want to use the model that is our article model, and for the fields, and we want to use all the fields, so like this. So now our article serializer is created, and after that we need to create our views. So we are going to just open our views.py file, and in here we want to so first we need to import, so from REST framework we are going to import Viewsets, and also from .serializer import article serializer, and also from .models import article model. Now let's just create our article viewset, Also, there are different type of the view sets that you can use. In here, we are going to use viewsets.model viewset. Now let's add our query set. So the query set is article.objects.all, and we want to order this so according to the created, so minus created at. Also, we want the lookup field should be Slug, and the serializer class is article serializer. Also, because we want to use permission classes in here, we want to restrict our view set. So for that, we can use, so first we need to import, so from .permissions, okay, from REST framework .permissions, or we can just say from REST framework .permissions import is authenticated, like this. Okay, now we are going to use a custom authentication system because we want that we want to restrict our view set, and also we want, for example, if we have a user and he is adding an article, we want that this article should be, for example, deleted or updated by just that user. Now for this, if you see Django REST framework documentation, we can use a custom permissions. To implement a custom permission, override base permission and implement either or both the following methods. So you can use has permission or has object permission. Now we want to create a new Python file in here in our app, and we can just call it permissions.py. And from REST framework, we are going to import permissions, and from .models, we are going to import article model. Now let's create our, for example, we are going to use as author. So, and as it's telling that you need to just override the base permission, so we can just say permissions.base permission. And after that, you can use diff, for example, this method or this method. So we are going to use this, and let me just copy this, and we can just use diff has object permissions, and you can give self, request, view, and also object. And in here we are going to check that if request dot method is in permissions dot save methods. Now if you see in here, it's telling that the method should return true if the request should be granted access, or if the request is not granted, it will return false. And if you need to test if a request is read operations or write operations, you should check the request method against the constant save methods, which is a tuple containing get option and also head. So in here we are going to check that if request.method and permissions.save methods, we want to just return true, and in the else case we are going to just say return obj.author request.user. So this is our permission class. Now let's just go to the views.py file, and in here from .permissions we are going to import as author, and in here we need to add a permission class, permission classes, and we want to use is authenticated and is author. And also we need to just use diff perform create. We can just add self and also serializer. And in here we can just say serializer dot save author is self dot request dot user. Okay, now after doing this, we are going to open our urls.py file, and we need to create a urls.py file in here, so we can just say urls.py, and we need to just copy some codes. Let me just close some files from here, and we are going to open our blog app, our main urls.py file, and from here let's just import this, and also URL patterns, and we can just use. Okay, now also we need to import routers, and for that we can just say from REST framework .routers, we are going to import default router, and from .views we are going to import article viewset. So now let's create our router, and it is default router, and we can just say router dot register, and we want to register articles, and this should be article viewset. And now let's just also add include in here. Now in the URLs pattern in here, we can just include that router, and we can just say include, and we want to include router dot URLs. Now after doing this, we need to add this in our main urls.py file, and so let me just add it in here, API, and this is articles.urls. So now let's check our new functionality, and I'm going to just open API, and I want to open articles. So we have an error in here, and permission.request.user, and it's invalid syntax in our permissions.py file, I think. So let me just open permissions.py file. So in here we need to make it double, like this. And now let's check this again. Okay, now you can see that we are receiving our one article that we have already created. You can see that now I can add another one. Let me just add this as, or we can just say Django and VueJS course, and we can just copy this like this, and we can post. So now you can see that this is the second one, and we have two articles in here. So the first one, and the author is so this is the author. Now if I retrieve, so right now you can see also, you can see that I am logged in as this author, and if I get one of the articles, so you can see I can delete and I can update. For example, if I want to update this, I can just say update it, and you can see that this is updated in here. Now if I logged out from here, now you can see that authentication credentials were not provided because I'm not logged in. Now I want to just log in as another user, so this is a new user, and I can add the password in here, and if I log in, okay, now you can see that this user can see the article, and let me just, okay, now you can see this article can retrieve the two articles now that is written by this author, and he can also add, so this is added by new user, like this, and if I post, so you can see this is added by new user and the author is new user. Okay, now so if I, for example, if I get this article 2 that's written by this user, by this another user, now if I go to here, now you can see that I can get this, but I cannot update or delete this article because this user is not the author of this article, and he cannot delete or he cannot update this, but he can retrieve this. So now if I go to the article that is written by this new user, and let me just copy the Slug and add it in here. So now you can see he can delete and also he can update. For example, if I say updated this, and now you can see that this is updated in here. Okay guys, now our backend REST API is ready, and it's ready to work with the VueJS. So we will use Vue3 JS in our simple project. Now first of all, let's talk about the VueJS. If you see the VueJS documentation, and we are in v3.vuejs.org, and it's telling that Vue, pronounced like Vue, is a progressive framework for building user interface. Unlike other monolithic frameworks, Vue is designed from the ground up to be incrementally adoptable, and the core library is focused on the Vue layer only, and it's easy to pick up and integrate with other libraries or existing projects. And also Vue is also perfectly capable of powering sophisticated single page applications when used in combination with modern tooling and also supporting libraries. Now let's just talk about the installation, that how you can install VueJS, especially Vue3. So before installing VueJS, you need to install Node.js. You can just download and install that. After that, in the installation section, there are different ways that you can install VueJS. So the easiest way is that you can use cdn. You can add the script and you can use from the VueJS. You can download and self-host the files. Also you can use npm, and the best way is CLI. We are going to use CLI. So Vue provides an official CLI, or we can say command line interface, for quickly scaffolding ambitious single page applications. It provides batteries included build setup for a modern front-end workflows, and it takes only a few minutes to get up and running. So now the first thing is that you need to install Vue CLI globally. You can, if you're using yarn, you can use this command, and if you're using npm, you can just use npm install -g at Vue CLI. So I've already installed it globally, and after that you need to create your project. So now I'm in my in Visual Studio Code, so I want to create the project in the blog app. So we are going to just change the directory to blog app, and in here we can just use Vue create, and after that you need to give the name of the for example the project that you want. So I'm going to just call it frontend. So you can just use Vue create, and after that the name of the VueJS project or application that you want to create. So it's Vue create, and we are going to just give it frontend, and after that hit enter. So now it will take some time, and we want to just wait for the installation. Now you can see that there are different options that you can pick. Vue 2, we are going to use Vue 3, so I can just choose Vue 3 preview, and after that hit enter, and now we need to just wait for this. Alright guys, now our VueJS application has been installed, and you can see that this is our front-end folder with the files. So right now let's just cd front-end. So we can just say cd front-end, and we can just say npm run serve. And now it's creating our development server. So starting development server, and now let's just wait. And till that time, you can see that these are the files that we have. We have our src folder, and this is the important folder, and this is the node modules. This is the place that all the modules and packages has been installed. And the public, we have icons and index.html. Now we will not use this index.html. If you see, and you can see that we have div id app, and it is the build files will be auto injected in here. Now we will not use this index.html because we have already created our index.html in our Django templates, and we are going to inject our this Vue.js application in that index.html. So, and this is the icon, and this is the important folder source. We have assets. Now the first time it will take some time. Okay, now let me just we have assets. This is logo.png, and then here we have a components of hello world that it will be rendered. So for right now, let me just close some files from the Django because I don't need these files for right now. And okay, and you can see that in here we have our hello, and this is text interpolation. We have a message in here, and after that we have app.view, and this is the place that our this hello world component is added. So you can see, and here we have imported our hello world, and after that you need to add the components and the hello world in the components, and in here we can just say hello world, and this is the message that is in here. So if we go at the top, and this is the message, and also we have our main.js file, and let me just close these warnings. We will check this also. You need to install, you can install an extension that's called Vue3, and this extension, and also you can use I have already used installed it, Django. So now this is the main.js, and in here you can see that our app is mounted, and this is the app that we have in the and here. So in the public index.html, as we have already said that we will not use this file, and this is our mounted in here, and we have get ignore, and this is our package log.json, and this is package.json, and this is of the name of the application. And we have, so you can see that we have used this Vue CLI. You can use service serve, build, lint. Now let's check our Vue application. So now if I go to localhost port 8080, and you can see that now this is welcome to your VueJS app, and you can see that this is from the hello component that we have. And let me just open hello world, and now we can just for example, let me just change this to something more. This is Django and Vue3 course, and we will remove this hello world, so because we don't need for right now, we are going to just check this. And now you can see this is Django and Vue3 course. Alright guys, now we have our VueJS application, but this is not the page that we want. So if you see in here, we have created an index.html in our templates folder, and we want to show this along with the VueJS. So now for this we need to just use two packages. So the first one is the this is the Webpack bundle tracker, and for the VueJS, and for the Django we need to use Django Webpack loader. So now we need to install the specific version of Webpack bundle tracker. So now let's just open, so you can see I'm in the front end, and you need to install the package that is 0.4.3, and after that hit enter. And So now let me just wait for the installation. Also, we need to install this Django Webpack loader. So you can see that they have a good documentation. And okay, now let's just copy this. Now this package has been installed. After that, we need to just install our Django package. So let's just pip install Django Webpack loader. So first of all, we need to just activate our virtual environment. So activate, and now let's just add this in here. Okay guys, now our Django Webpack loader has been installed. Now let's just open our front end, and in the front end we need to create a file. So, and you can see, even though we are not using this this specific configuration, and but you need to just create a view.config file, and in the front end we are going to just create a new file, and view.config.js, and let's just copy and paste this code. So now let me show you that in here we are importing the Webpack bundle tracker, and after that this is our public path. And you can see that this is our development server from the Django, and this is the output directory. So this is the file that we will use. It's webpack state.json. It will be created automatically, and also this is our dev server, and this is our public path, and this is our host port, and like this, and this is the allow origin. So now let's just run our VueJS application. So we can just go to the cd blog app, and after that we can just go to the cd front end, and now in the front end we can just say npm run serve. Now you will see that in here we will have a new file at name of webpack states.json in this section. And now you can see that we have webpack states.json, and this is the file. The status is done, and this is public path, and this is our file. Now after this we need to open our blog app settings.py file, and we need to add Webpack loader in here. So we can just go to the installed apps, and in here we can just add the Webpack loader. And after doing this, we are going to just come down, and in here we need to add this Webpack loader. This is the default, and this is the bundle dir directory name, and this is the front end, and this is the file that we want to track, webpack states.json. Now we need to also import OS because we are using that in here, so we can just say import OS. Okay, now after doing this, it's time to open our index.html in the templates, index.html, and in here first we want to just load, and we want to load render bundle from webpack loader. So from webpack loader, and this is the place that we want to add our VueJS application. So in here we can just so in this section we can just render, or we can create our block in here. So render bundle app. Okay, now let's just check this, and so right now you can see that our Vue.js server is running, and after that we are going to just run our Django. So we can just say python manage.py run server. Okay, now let's just go to the localhost port 8000. So we can just go to the localhost port 8000, and we need to log in first, and I can just click on the login, and now you can see that this is our welcome to Django and VueJS, and this is the Vue.js that we have in here, and this is the text that we have already added in our index.html. So welcome to Django and VueJS. Now we don't need this, and we can just remove this, and now you will see that I don't have this. I have just my Vue.js application in here. So okay, now you can see that we have our Vue.js application. In this part, we're going to learn that how you can create your first Navbar component. Now, before starting our main topic, if you remember in the previous part, we have in the integration section, I have showed you the view.config.js file. I have copied these codes, but there was some lagging in the recording, I think. So now let me just show this again. This is my bundle tracker, and I'm importing in here webpack bundle tracker, and this is my public path, and this is the output directory, and these are some codes. After that we have this .use, and there will be webpack states.json file that is created automatically, and you can see that we have this file in here, and it's created by this configuration file, and this is our output configuration, and this is bundle.js, and we have our dev servers in here. So now let's create our first component. So right now you can see that in the component folder we have our hello world component, and it's the component that's rendering on the page, and this is my Django development server, it's running, and this is my Vue.js, and it's also running. Now let me just go to the localhost port 8000, and so this is so because I'm using let me just fix this. So because I have I think I have removed the CSS codes from the app.vue, so there was some CSS styling. I have removed that, and this is no problem because we are not going to use this component, and we will remove that. So now if I go to the accounts logout, so logout, okay, now I am logged out, and if I log in back, and if I log in, you can see that we have this page. So now, so this is our hello component. Let's create another file at name of navbar.vue, and in here what we want to do is to just open the bootstrap 5, and we are going to just copy navbar from here. And I want to just copy this, and let me create a view, and so this is my navbar, and now what I want to do is to just add this navbar in my app.vue. So in here I'm going to import navbar, and navbar.vue, this is navbar, and in the components we are going to import navbar, and we are not going to use this. We will remove this hello world component. Now let's just check. Okay, now you can see that we have a navbar in here, Let's bring some change to the navbar.view. We don't need this button in here. I'm going to remove this, and after doing this we need to just remove some of these from here. I'm going to just leave this features. I will use router links for this. And now also, so let me change this to, okay, right now let me just leave it like this. And so now in this UL class we need to give an MS auto, and also we need to change the color. So right now you can see that we have home and features in here, the navbar is in here, and let me just remove this Floyd also. Now we are going to just add a color for the navbar. I think this navbar, this dark BG dark is good. And let's just add it in here. Let me remove this navbar light, and now we are using navbar dark. Now you can see that this is our logo, or we can say, and this is our, we will bring change to this. So this is our simple navbar component that we have created. In this part we are going to learn that how we can create routers in Vue3.js. Now let's just open documentation of Vue router. Now the first thing is that you need to install that. You can use npm install Vue router, and you can use this version. So now after installation we need to create, so first I'm going to create a simple component, and that should be home.view. And in the home.view we are going to just say h1, and we can say this is our home page. Now in the source folder we are going to create a new file at name of routers.js. In the router.js we need to import create router, and also create web history from Vue router, and also we are going to import home from components home. Now let's create our routes. We can just say const routes, and in here the first thing is that we need to add the first path, and we can give the path, and this should be index, and after that we can add the name. So the name is home, and we can add the component, and the component is home. So this is our first route. Now let's just open our main.js, because we have created this routers.js. So before that we need to create a const router. We need to create our router, so we can just say const router create router, and we need to add history to the create web history, and also we can add our routes in here. And then what you need to do is to export this file. So export default router. You need to export your router. So now after doing this we need to open our main.js file, and we need to import in here. So import router from routers, and let's just create a const app, and we can just say app.mount and app.use, and in here we are going to use our this router like this. Now after doing this, we need to open our app.vue file, and in here I have already added, you need to add your router view. So you can just use router view like this, and router view, and now it's added. So now our configuration for the router is completed. Let's just open our navbar, and in here we need to create our router links for the navbar. And in here I'm going to just say router link. Let's just close this, and we can add a class. So the class should say navbar brand like this, and we need to give 2 to the index page, and we can just say, for example, blog app. Let's just remove this right now, and let's just copy this, and we want one more for the home page, and so we can add that in the home in here. So let's just paste it in this section, and router link, we need to change this to btn and primary, and to home, and we can just make it home. So now we have our home in here, so you can see that this is our home page, and we can just click on this. So after doing this, now let's create another one. Let me just create another component in here, and I'm going to just call it create article.view, and we can just say view and the h1 tag, create article page. So let me just close these files, and now in the navbar we can just copy this this router link. We can add it in here, and for this we are going to just use btn success, and before this we need to open our router. We need to create our route in here. Let me just copy this, import create article, now let's just add our path in here, so like this, and this should be create, and the component is create article. So now in the navbar and in here, so we are using 2. Now in the 2 we can just give it to the create, to the name of the component that we have given in our this path in our router.js file. And let me change this to create article. Now if you see, so we have another button here at name of create article, and if I click on this, you can see that I'm in the create article page. This is our home, and this is create article. If I click on the blog app, again I'm in the home. Now create our last route in here, and this should be logout. So nav item, we don't need for this router link, and we can just use a, and this should be accounts logout, and also we can give a class btn, and this should be outline danger, and we can just give it logout. So this is our logout, this is our home, and this is our create article. If I click on the logout, So you can see that I am logged out, and I can just log in back. Now I'm logged in. This is our home, create article, and this is our logout button. In this part, we're going to learn that how you can get or fetch the data. Now, you can use Axios libraries, but we are using fetch in here. Now, before that, as you know that there is a built-in system in Django that protect you against cross-site request forgery. Now, if you see the documentation of Django, now the CSRF middleware and template tag provides easy-to-use protection against cross-site request forgeries. And this type of attack occurs when a malicious website contains a link, a form button, or some JavaScript that is intended to perform actions on your website. Now, if you see in here, you can see that it's telling that the first defense against CSRF attacks is to ensure that GET request and other save methods as defined by RFC are side effect free. Now, request via and save methods such as post, put, and delete can then be protected by the following step below. Now, we are using so you can see the Ajax section, and in here there is a function that you can use, and so now the CSRF token cookie is named CSRF token by default, but you can control cookie name by CSRF cookie name settings. Now, using this function, we can get the CSRF token from the cookie, and after that we can add that in the headers. And if you come down, you can see that if you want, it's telling that if you want to use this with the fetch API, you can add that in the headers section. Now let's just copy this function from here, and I'm going to just copy this. And I have already created a CSRF folder in my SRS folder, and after that I have created a file, a JavaScript file at the name of CSRF token. Now I can just paste it in here. So now after doing this, so this is our function, and now let's just save this, and in here we have our const CSRF token, and we are going to get the token from the cookie. And let's just console.log this CSRF token, and after that also we need to export this. So in here I can just say console.log, and we want to log this CSRF token, and after this we need to export this. So we can just say export, and we want to export CSRF token like this. So after doing this, now let's just close some codes from here, and we don't need this, we don't need routers, we don't need to create article for right now. We can just open our home.view because we want to fetch the data in the home. So now in here, the first thing is I'm going to just create a data. So I can just say data, and in here I'm going to just return let me create an array in here, empty array at name of articles. So now after creating of this, now we need to create a method in here for fetching of the data. Also in here we need to import our CSRF token. So we can just say import, and it is it was CSRF token from and dot CSRF, and it is CSRF token. Let's create our methods in here. So methods, now in the methods we are going to create a get all article method. So get all articles. So now the first thing, as I've already said, that we are using fetch, so we can just use fetch, and we want to just use the endpoint that is API/articles. And after doing this, we need to give the method. So the method is get, and also we need to pass the header. So even though in the get request, I think there's no need to add this csrf token, but it's good to add that in here. And in here we can just say x csrf token, and in here we can just add our csrf token, so csrf token that we have imported. So let me just close this. Also we need to give the content type in here, so content type, and it is application/JSON. Now it will return the promise, and now we can just say .then, and we are going to receive the data. And in here, for right now, we are going to just console.log the data. So we can just say console.log the data. And also, if there was an error, we can catch that. So we can just say .catch, and we can just say error. And we can just say console.log the error. So now we need to add this getArticle method in the lifecycle method hooks. Now there are different lifecycle method hooks that you can use. We are using created in here, so we can just add that in here. And in here we can just say getArticles. So this.getArticles. This.getArticles. So now let's just save this, and this is our methods fetching the from API articles. The method is get, it's method, not methods, and this is our headers. And after that we are receiving the data in here, and we are going to just console.log the data. Now if I refresh my page and if I go to the console, you can see that we are receiving a response, but in here I have forgot to just say .then, and first we need to just get the response and convert it to the JSON. So we can just say resp.json, and after that we are going to just resp.json, and after that we are going to just get the data, and after that we want to console.log the data. So now let's just check the data in here. Now if I refresh this, you'll see that I am receiving the, also I'm going to just go to this endpoint via my browser, and I can just go to the localhost and I can add it in here. So now we can see that we have 3 data in here, and now now you can see, now this is, you can see that this is the CSRF token and it's printed, and after that we have the 3 data in here. Now let's just render the data in our template. So in this section, instead of this is our HTML file, we want to just render that in here. And I'm going to just remove this h1 tag, and so we need to create a div class container. So we can just say div class, and it is container, so container. And inside the div class container, we are going to just create another div. We are going to use v4 for iterating over the articles array, so we can just use v4, and we can just say article in articles, and also we need to bind the ID or primary key for this, so we can just say article dot ID. And now in here, if I say article dot author, so let me just say article dot author, you will see that I have the author in here. So I'm not seeing any author in here. So for v4 article in articles, and this is not ID, this is pk, because we are using primary key in here. So article dot pk, and now we should see the data in here. Okay, we are not seeing the data because I have forgot to add the data in this articles array. So for right now, you can see that I'm console.log, and instead of console.log, I want to just push the data into my array. So I can just say this dot articles dot push, and in here I want to add my data, so I can just use separate operator dot data. So in here I'm receiving the data, and after that I'm going to just set the data to the articles array that I have already created at the top. And after that, using v4, I'm iterating over the articles array, and I want to print the author. So now if you see, you'll see that I am seeing the author in here. We are not seeing the data, and I think this should be, let me just add it like this. So data. Okay, now you can see in here I'm receiving error that cannot read property push off undefined. It's because in here I have an error. It's articles, I have a typo, and by this reason I cannot see the data. So now this dot articles dot push, if I check my blog app, you will see that I am seeing, so right now you can see I have this author, and also this author. So now these are the authors in here that I have, 3 authors. Now let's just design this, add some more design for our this author. The first thing is I'm going to just create a p class, so p, and then here I can just say p class, and it should be I'm going to use a bootstrap class, so mb0, and in here I can just write author. So now in the p class, let's create a span class with the class of badge, so badge, and the bg should be primary. Let's close the span class. Now in this span class we are going to just add our article.author. So let me just add it in here. Okay, also we are going to print our title. So this is the article, and out of this p we are going to just create an h3 tag, and we can just say article dot title. Also you can print the description, but we are not going to use the description in our home page. So for right now, let me just show you. That's body, I think. Yeah. So now if you see, we have the author, we have the description, and we have the title. Now let's just remove this body, we don't need this. And also we are going to just add a margin top, and I'm going to just give it 4. And also we are going to just add a horizontal line in here. Or let's just add this, or I think it should be in here. It's good, because for every article we are going to just a horizontal line. So now you can see that this is our blog app, and this is the author, and this is the title, this is the author, and this is the title. So for example, if I add another article in here, so for example, this is added by Django Browsable API, and let's just copy this, and I can just post. So now you can see it's posted. Now if I see my blog app, you can see that now it's added. This is added by Django Browsable API. I want to show the details of an article. For example, in here I have the titles. I want it should be a clickable links. When I click on them, I should go to the another component, and in that component I want to show the details, like for example the description and also publication date. Now we want to just do this according to the Slack. So for that, I've already created a new component that's called article details.view. And here we are going to just create a props, and this is a Slack prop, and the type is string, and the required is true. So after creating of this, now in here I'm going to just for right now render the Slack. So I can just create a div class container, and I can just say Slug. Okay, now let's just create route for this new component, and I'm going to just open my routes.js, and in here we are going to create our new route. So first I need to import my new component, and after that I will add my route. So this is article details, so we can just say article details. We can just import this, and after doing this, let's just copy this route. So this is details. So this time we are going to use a Slug, and we want to give a Slug in here as a prop. Now also the name should be details, and this is article detail. And also because we are using a Slug in here, we need to just add a props in here as a true. Okay, now let's just open article details, and in here we are going to just show the Slug. Now we need to bring change to the title. So right now you can see it's just we are printing title in here. So for this, the first thing is that we need to create a router link. So router link, and in the router link we are going to just add this article.title. So the first two we need to add the two, and we want to just in the two we need to give the article details route, so we can just say two. So for the name we can just give it details, and after that we also need to add params. So this is an object and Slug, and it should be article.slug. So also we can add a class in here, a bootstrap class that we are going to just use it. For right now we haven't created link style. So we have just used a router link, and after that we want to just navigate to the details component where we have the details of the article, and this is the params that we want to send. Now if you see, we are receiving error that article details is not defined, and I think we have a type in here. Let me just add this article details. And now let's check. Now you can see that we have this in here. Now if I click, you can see that we have the Slug in the details page. Now let's just remove this tag. It should be in home.view. Yes, I think, yeah. Also we need to give us some style for this. So right now we have a link style, and let's just come down in the style. We can just add this style. Also we want to just add a text decoration for this. Okay, now we want to get the details of the article in our article details. Now for this we need to create a new method, and we need to fetch our data. So let's just come down in the scripts in here. We can just create methods, and we can just say get article data. We are going to just copy some codes from the home.view, and let's just copy this fetch. Paste it in here. Okay, now this is get article data, and also we need to create a new data in here. So data, and in the data we want to just return article object. Okay, now let's just, so in here we want to fetch. This time we are going to change this to backtext because we want to fetch the data according to the slug. So by this reason now we can just use dollar and this dot slug, and the method is get. This also we need to import the csrf token from home.view. Let me just import this in the scripts section. So in here we are receiving the response.json, and this is our in here we want to just set the data to the article. So this dot article to the data, and we are going to just remove this. So now we are going to just render our data. Now we don't want the slug this time, so first we want to just check that it's working or not. In the h3 tag we are going to just say article dot title. Also, we need to before checking our browser, we need to add this get article data in the created lifecycle method. So let me just create it, and we can just say this dot get article data. Now we should see the title in here, and let's just check this. If I click on this, so let me just go to the home, let me refresh the page. So I am not seeing the data. Let's just check that where is the problem. So article.title, we have article, and I think I should add this in here, and now it will work. So dot then response data, this dot article to data. We don't have any error in here, and let's just check this. If I click on this, okay, now you can see that we are seeing the data. If I click on this, this is our another data. Now let's just add some design for this, and we want to just render all the data. So right now we have just article in here, so we can just also copy some code from here for the author. So we can just use p class, we will change this to h, and let's just add it in here. And let me change this to h5. h5. So this is article author, and also so this is a span, and this should be h5. Let's create a p tag for the body. So we can just create a p tag for the body, and we want to just render the article.body in here. So article.body. Also we can add a class, so class, and this should be mt3, and we can just create another tag in here for the date, and this is article.created at. So we have our div class, this is h3 article. Also we need to just add a margin top 5. We have article.title, and this is the author we have, and let's just change this to mt3 margin top 3. We have the author, and we have the p class for the article.body. So now if I click on this, so you can see that this is the title, this is the author, and we have the body and also the date. And if I click on this, so you can see this is another one. Now we want to work on our create article component, and we want to insert some data. So right now you can see we have just a simple component. Now let's just bring some changes to this. So I have opened my create article, and in here I'm going to just remove this h1 tag, or like this. So the first thing is that we need to create a div class container. So div class container. So in here we are going to create one input field and also one text area, also with a button. So for the title, for the body, and also inserting the data. So now I have already copied the and pasted the code. So this is my input type text, and the class is form control, and I have a placeholder. Please enter your title. And after that I have a break tag in here. I have a text area, this is the row is 8, and I have a placeholder, and the bootstrap class is form control. And after that I have a simple button, and this is publish article. And also let me just I need to add a margin top to 4. So basically just this is for the title, and another text area is for the description or body, and we have a button. So now let's just also we need to create some data. And I can create the data in here. So I've already added, if you remember in the first part of the course, I've already added this create article in my router.js. So you can see that I have this in here. So this is my create article. Now let's just create some data, and this is in the export default. And here we are going to create so data. And we need to just return so title, the title we are going to just give it null. We have a body, and this also be null. And also I'm going to just create an error. So if there was, for example, an error and I want to use this, return. Okay, so now after creating of the data, now let's create our method for inserting the data, and we can just create this in here. So we can just say methods, and in the methods we want to create insert article. So first we are going to check that if not body, if not this dot body, or so we're going to check for the emptiness of the fields, and we can just say not. So this should be title, and this should be body, this dot body. So if we have an empty fields, we are going to give an error, and we can just say this dot error, and we can just write please add all fields. Now also we need to bind this title and body with our input fields using vModel. So we want to just use vModel, and we can add our title, and also we want to just use another one, so vModel, and this is the body. Okay, now in the else case we are going to insert our data. I'm going to just copy the data from my home.js, my fetching code. So in here I want to fetch the data, and the method is post, and this is the endpoint API articles. Also we need to add the headers. We also need to import the CSRF token. Let me just import this from the top, and I can add it in the scripts section in here. Okay, now we have a CSRF token, content type, and also we need to send the body. So we can just create a body, and we can just say JSON dot stringify, now it's an object, so the title is this dot title, and also the body is this dot body. So in the post request we want to send the title and also the body. Now we are receiving a response.json. We don't need this data in here. And instead we're going to just push the router. So we can just say this dot $router dot push, and we want to just, after adding the data, we want to just open our home component. Now let's just add our this insert method in our form. So now we have I forgot to create form in here. Yeah, I think I haven't created form, so let's just create our form, and let me just close the form in here. So it is after the div class. We can just close the form, and in here we can just say add submit, and this should be insert article. Also we want to use the prevent because we don't want to refresh the page. So now this is our code for the insert thing, and now let's check our data that we can add or not, our page that we can add or not. So now I'm on the home. If I click on the create article, so you can see that this is our form, and let me just say welcome to Django and VueJS course for beginners, and this is our body, and let me just copy like this, and let me just publish the article. Okay, now you can see that we are back to the home page, and this is our welcome to Django and VueJS course for beginners. If I click on this, you can see that I am receiving the title, author, and also description and created date. And let me just click on the create article. Now if I leave empty these fields, if I click, you can see that we are not receiving anything because we need to add the error, and we have created that but we haven't added that in here. So now I want to just add that in here. So after the form we want to create another div, and like this, and in this div, so in this div we are going to create our error. So we're going to use vf. So if there is an error, we want to show the error, and for this we are going to use a bootstrap class, alert class. Now let me just copy that, so we can add that in here. So this is class alert, alert warning, alert dismissible, fit show, and we are just using emergent top 5. And now in here we can just create a strong tag, and we want to show our error in here. Okay, now let's just check this new functionality. So now if I leave the fields blank, if I click on publish article, you can see please add all fields. Now let me just add a new, this is the new data or article. We can just add it like this. This is the new article description. Now let's just publish. And now we are in the home page, and you can see that this is our new data. Alright guys, now in this part we're going to learn that how we can delete or update an article. So specifically in this part we want to learn about deleting of an article. Now before that we need to get the user, the specific user from our backend REST API. and we want that the author of the article can delete or update the article. Now for this, I've already opened my app.view, and in here I'm going to create a method. So methods for retrieving the user, and in here I'm going to just call it get user. So in the get user, I'm going to paste this code, and also we need to just copy the CSRF token, and let me just paste it in here, and let me just remove this one dot from here. Now we are going to import the CSRF token, and this is our get. This time we are going to just get the API user, and after that the method is get. We have a headers, even though there's no need to add a CSRF token in the get request, but we are going to just add it in here. And we are receiving response.json, and in here we are going to just save. So first we are going to just create a const username. Now this data has our username, so we can just say data, and it is the username. And after this, now we can save this. We can just say local storage dot set item, and so we need to give the key and also the value. So we can just say username, and it is the username. So now this is our get method is get, and this is the headers. We are receiving the response. We are going to convert the response to JSON. This is the data, and from the data we are going to extract the username, and we are going to save the username to the local storage, because we will use from this username in different components. Now after doing this, we need to call this in the created lifecycle. So we can just create that in here, and I can just say create it like this, and in here, so I can just say this dot get user. Okay, now after doing this, we are going to open our article details, and we want to do we want to get this username and the article details. So in here, now the first thing is that I need to create data in here, and I'm going to just, so I've already created request user to null, and you can just create a request user to null. And after creating of this, we need to create a method. So I can just come down in the methods section, and here we are going to create a new method, and this is get user request. So now in the get user request, we are going to just say this dot request user, and in here we want to just get the username, so we can just say local storage dot get item, and we are going to just get the username. So now let's now create a computed property. So in here I can just say computed, and we can just say is author, and we are going to just return the author in here. So return this dot article dot author, and it is this dot request user. So this return, we are returning this dot article dot author to this dot request user. So now after doing this, we need to just call this get user request. We need to just call it in our created method in here. So we can just say this dot get user request. So after doing this, now I have already created a new component at name of article actions, and I'm going to create my deleting and updating codes in here. So the first thing is that we are going to create a div class container. So I'm going to just say div class, and it is a container, and we can just close the div, and in here we are going to just create a button. So button, and this is a delete button, and we need to add a class. So the class is between danger, and we can give so for right now let me just give it between danger, so delete. So this is the delete button. And now let's create our method in here for the deleting of the button. Now we want to delete the article according to the Slug. Now the Slug that we will receive from the article details, because we want to add our article actions and the article details, and we will provide Slug props from the article details to article action. Now in here we can just create props, and this is Slug, and the type is string, and the required is true. Now let's just create our methods in here. So we can just say methods. So in the methods we want to create delete article method. Now let's just copy, I think let me just copy the code, because I don't want to write this code again and again. So first we need to import the CSRF token, and it's required when you're deleting or updating the data or inserting. And then here we can just import CSRF token, and after importing that we are going to just copy this and paste it in here in the delete article. So let's just format document. Okay, so now this is our delete article. We are using fetch. Now this time we need to just convert this to backtext, because we want to remove the article according to the Slug that we are receiving from the article details. So now API articles, and we can just use $. So this is not backtext, so backtext. So now we can just say this.slug. So API articles this.slug. So the method is delete, and this is the content type. We have CSRF token, and in here we don't need this .json, and we are not receiving any data. And instead, after deleting, we want to push the router to the home page. So we can just say this $router.push to the index page, and that if there was an error, we are going to just console.log the error. Now we need to just add this method and in our this button. So in here I can just say @click, and this is our delete article. So now after doing this, we need to open our article details, and in the article details we need to add this article action. So we're going to just open our article details, and first we need to import our article actions in here. So now I have imported, so import article actions from component, and in here you need to create a component, and you need to add your article actions in here. Now after importing this, now in here I want to just add my article actions. So article actions, so article actions, and in here we are going to just use VF. So if the user is the author of the article, we want to show the delete button, or if he is not the author, we don't want to show the button, the delete button. So we can just say VF is author, and also we want to bind the Slug with this component because we are expecting to receive the Slug in our article actions. So we can just say Slug, and it is article.slug. Okay, now let me just save this, and I want to check the new functionality. Okay, now this is our home page. Now I want to remove this. Let me first check that I have the button in here. No, I don't. I'm not seeing the button. And let me just check that. Where is the problem? Alright guys, now the main problem is in here. It's computed, not computer, so sorry for this. And now we will check and it will work. And I want to delete this. So first let's check. We don't have the button in here. We should see the button, the delete button, but I'm not seeing the delete button. And where is the error? Let's just check the section. So first of all, I have a typo in here. It is btn danger. So I think so this is the first error that we have in the bootstrap class, and it is btn danger. Okay, now let's check that it's working or not. We are not seeing any button in here. Yes, let's just inspect that where is the problem. So in the console, yeah, we have some warnings in here. And filter solve component article actions. Now I think we have problem in the so this is our article actions. And in the article details, it's not getting this article actions, and so we are importing article actions. Yeah, this is the problem. This is components, not component. And now we should check and it's working or not. Okay, now you can see that we have the button in here, and let me just refresh this, and we have the button, and let me just click on the delete, and if I click on the delete, so now this is deleted. And for example, if I click on this is our title, and if I click on this, now the data is deleted and we are redirected back to the home page. Now, so you can see that this is the first author, this is the second author. I can see the delete button in here. Okay, I can see it in here. But if I click on this new user, you will see that I'm not seeing the delete button here. You can see that we don't have the delete button in here because it's because I'm not the author of this article. Now if I log out and if I logged in as this new user, so let me just log out, and now we can just add new user, and we can add the password in here, and if I log in, now if I click on this, for example this, you can see that I'm not seeing the delete button in here because I'm not the author. And if I go back to this new user, you will see that now I'm seeing the delete button and I can delete this, and that's deleted, and we are redirected back to the home page. Now this is the last part of the course. Now in this part we're going to do the last CRUD operations, that is updating the data. So now I've already created a article edit.vue component, and in here I have just my template, scripts, and also styles. We will do some copy and pasting in this lesson because we have already written some codes. Now I'm going to just open my create article, and from here we are going to just copy the forms. For example, I'm going to just copy from div class container, and I want to just copy the input field and also text area, the button, and also this the error that's with the bootstrap alert. And now this is the codes that we are going to just copy, and I'm going to just paste it in here. Now we need to just bring some change. So first we are going to just remove this for right now. For right now we are going to just remove this from here, and this is our form. Please enter your title, and we have vModel title. We will create this, and also we have vModel body that we haven't created. This is the button, and we can just change this to update article. And if there was an error, we can just give the error in here in bootstrap class. That's alert warning. And okay, so now let's just copy the data for this, and I'm going to just okay, now this is the data, and I want to just copy this from here. And let me just add that in this section. So we have already added this in our input fields in the vModel title and body. So now let's just create the router for this new component, and I'm going to just open the routers.js, and in here we need to create the router. So first we are going to import that. We can just in here, that is our article edit. We can change this to edit, and let's just add this in here, and let's just copy this. So this time it is not detailed, but it is edit, and we want to edit according to the Slug. So after that the name should be article edit. So article edit, and this is also article edit. Okay, so now let's just create our button. So we are going to just open our article actions, and in here we are going to use router link. So after div class container and before the delete button, we are going to just add router link, and let's just close the router link. And in here the first one is we are going to add 2, and in the 2 the name of the component is article edit. So we can just add name, and the name is article edit. Also we will need params. We will add that. For right now we are going to just add the name in here, and we can add a bootstrap class in here. So we can just say class, and it is btn, and it is success, and we can add margin top 4, and we can just add margin right 2, or even so let me just remove this margin right. We will check that. So now let me just check that we have the button or not. And if I click on this, so because I'm not the user, let me just open another one. Okay, now let me just click on this. Okay, now we have something in here, and okay, now let me just remove this from here, and I can just say update. Okay, now you can see that we have update. If I click on this, you can see that we are in the edit component, and we have please enter your title and please enter your article body. So now what we want to populate the data. So by clicking the for example this update, we want to populate this to the in the title input field, and this the body in the text area. So first let me just fix this. We can add a margin top to this button, and like this, and also I can just add a margin X to 2. Okay, so now if you see Django documentation, not Django but VueJS in the router section, so we can use guards for this. And so you can see that navigation guard, as the name suggests, the navigation guard provided by Vue Router are primarily used to guard navigation either by redirecting it or cancelling it. Now there are different guards that you can use. We are going to use, let me just come down, before router enter, we can use this. And now before, we have before each, and yeah, we can use this. And for example, if you want using this, you can access to component public instance via a VM. So let me just copy this, and in my article edit I need to add this. Now it needs some parameters, the to, from, next. And here we want to fetch the data, we want to get the data, and after that we can set the title and also body. So first we are going to check if to.params.slug if this is not undefined. So if this is not undefined, we want to fetch the data. So again, we can just copy some codes, and I think I need to open my home.js, home.vue, not JS. And let me just open this, and from here we can just copy the fetching the data. So get all articles, and let me just copy this, and we can just copy. So we can also add this. You can add it, or you can just leave it. And okay, now in here let's just, if to.params.slug is not undefined, we want to fetch the API articles, and let's change this to backtext. And in here we can just add to.params.slug. So the method is get, and this is the headers, and we are receiving the response.json data, and in here we can set the data. So we can just say return next, and we can just use VM. So vm.title, and this should be data.title, vm.body, this should be data.body, not this should be data. Okay, and so this was if, and in the else case, so in here we can just return next. So we can just say return next. And also let's just import this csrf token from home. In this section. Okay, now let's just check this new functionality, that it's working or not. Now if I click on one of these, and if I click on update, it's not working. So f2.params is undefined fetch. We have a type in here, so this is params, and now we can check it again. And now if I click on update, so now you can see that the data is populated in here. So this is the title and this is the body. And let's just go and open another one, update, and now you can see we have the title and also the body. So now let's just work on our updating the data, and in here we need to create a methods. So we can just say methods, and let's just add update article. So update article, and we can just copy some codes from the create article, and we can just grab this code from here, and let me just and paste it in this section in the update article. Let me just remove, I think we have one more. Okay, now let's just bring some change. So the first one is that first we are going to check, so if not this title or not this body, we have the fields are not if the fields are empty, we are going to just add the please add all fields, and in the else case we are going to just fetch, use fetch, and this is API, and let's just convert this to backticks, and we can just say this dot Slug. So we will use the Slug for the updating. So let's just create this in here in this section. So we can just say props and Slug, the type is string, and also required to true. Okay, so we're going to use this dot Slug, and let me just add this in here. So the method is put, and after this is the headers, and we want to just stringify the body. Title this dot title, body this dot body. We are receiving response, and now instead so let me just remove this, and in here we can just okay, now in here we can, after updating, we want to just navigate to the home page. So we can just say this dot $router dot push to the index page, and if there was an error we can just catch that. So now let's just add this update article, and let me just add this in the form that I've already created. So in here, and we can just say at submit, we can add this, and we are going to just use dot prevent to prevent the page from the refreshing. Also we need to open our article actions, and in here we need to add params, and we can just use Slug. Now let's check our new functionality that it's working or not. So now if I click on this, and if I click on the update, and in here let's just write another thing. So this is updated title, and let's just say this is updated body. Let's just copy like this, and if I click on the update, so you can see this is updated title, and if I say this is updated body. And now let's just log out. So right now you can see that we have just one author, and let's just log out and log in as another author. So let's just name user, and I can just add the password in here, and I can log in. Now if I click on one of these, you can see that I cannot access to the delete and update buttons. So I need to create an article via this user. So let me just say this is the article added by new user. This is the body added, and let's just publish article. And now you can see that this is added by the new user. And if I click on this, we have the update button and delete button. Let's just update this, and let me just say updated, update, and now you can see that this is updated. So this was a simple course on working with Vue.js and also a Django backend.